Some The
President, please be seated. The court is now back in session. We are going to hear the civil party's statement. Those who have already been decided by the court to choose them to hear before the chamber. We are going to hear only some of the civil parties among the 93. Before we proceed to hear the statement of the civil parties, the greffier is now instructed to report the attendance of the parties to the proceedings and the person concerned. The greffier, Mr. President, the parties to the proceedings today are all present. The civil party E2/85 and E2/89 are all present and awaiting call from the chamber. Before hearing the statement of the civil party, says the President, the chamber would like to inquire to the Defense Counsel. The chamber refers to the list of civil party applications, which was read out during the hearing of the 10th of August. For planning purposes, the chamber would like to know if the defense intends to challenge any of the applications of civil parties who will not be heard in person. Accordingly, it requests the defense to indicate which applications it wants to challenge and, in one or two sentences, the reasons for the challenge. The defense will be provided with an opportunity to reason their challenge in more detail orally at the end of the hearing of the witnesses currently scheduled. The civil parties will be provided with an opportunity to respond orally. So we have already confirmed this last week. So if the defense is ready to respond to these pleas, express your position in relation to the civil parties. The chamber has decided not to call them to come before the chamber, and the purpose of this reason is that we would like to make sure that the proceedings are more expeditious. So the floor is yours, the Defense Counsel.
Ms. Canizares, thank you, Mr. President. Originally, 20 civil parties were to be heard by the chamber, and the defense said last Monday, presented its observations regarding the joining of 5 civil parties, and it expressed greatest reservations regarding the joining of 5 civil parties. And then E2/50 said to us and provided us with a certain number of documents from which we can draw that this person was indeed detained at S21. So I wanted to specify, for reasons of clarification, that the defense has no objections regarding this person joining as civil party. And again, regarding the 20 civil parties that were originally going to be heard, the defense has noted that 2 of them, that is to say E2/81 and E2/82, have waived their request to be heard. However, these 2 people still would like to remain as civil parties, and so therefore we repeat the position that we stated last Monday, that is to say that we have the greatest reservations on the strong grounds of their actions. And I'd like to specify that it's the same thing regarding the civil party that was supposed to be heard and the following ones: E2/77, E2/34. Now, regarding civil parties whose hearing has not been requested, the defense has a certain amount of reservations regarding a certain number of these civil parties for 2 specific reasons. The first one being that some of the civil parties do not provide the necessary evidence, and that can tie them with the victim. There are indeed 3 civil parties for which it is absolutely clear that this link with the victim is not clear, and we're thinking in particular about E2/22 and E2/37, who say that they are friends and only friends, and friends of people that they had lost at S21. And we're also thinking about civil party E2/66, who provides absolutely, who does not state in any clear way his link with the victim. And the second reason for which the defense expresses reservations regarding the joining of civil parties is that there exists in the case file no element, or in any case no elements that are sufficiently clear that demonstrate that the victims that are represented have been indeed detained at S21. And the accused did a bit of research in order to see if the victims brought up were indeed in the prisoner lists, and he did not find their names. So it is the same for, it is therefore, this is the case for the following civil parties, therefore, E2/30, E2/35, E2/38, E2/41, E2/49, E2/57, E2/62, E2/63, E2/64, E2/65, E2/69, E2/70, E2/71, E2/73, E2/74, E2/75, E2 slash 76, E2 slash 81, E2 slash 82, E2 slash 83, D25 slash 15, D25 slash 20. And regarding all of these civil parties, I would like to repeat, the defense did not find sufficient evidence in the case file that these victims, the victims that they brought up, have indeed been detained at S21. And as well, for some of these civil parties that I just mentioned, we do not have in the case file the proof of any kind of link or family link between the victim that is brought up and the civil party. So for certain civil party bodies, there is not only no clear demonstration that the victims were indeed detained at S21, but as well there is a lack of proof that there is any kind of tie with the victim. And I'm thinking in particular about the following civil parties: E2 slash 30, E2 slash 35, E2 slash 38, E2 slash 41, E2 slash 57, E2 slash 63, E2 slash 64, E2 slash 65, and in particular in which the civil party indeed mentions a name but without indicating the name of this uncle, E2 slash 69, E2 slash 70, E2 slash 71, E2 slash 73, E2 slash 74, E2 slash 75, E2 slash 76, E2 slash 81, E2 slash 82, E2 slash 83, D25 slash 15, D25 slash 20. So we would like to remind, however, and the Chamber indeed stressed this, that it is the civil party's responsibility to provide the proof of the link that unites them with the victim. So the defense therefore believes that the civil parties have to provide this proof and have to demonstrate this link with the victim. This is, Mr. President, and your honors, are the defense's stance regarding the civil parties. However, I would like to specify that Mr. Kaing Guek Eav would like to keep the possibility, even regarding the civil parties that he does not challenge, to make a few observations
The President, Judge Levin, should take the floor.
Judge Levergne, I have just heard the defense, and I would like to have, however, a little bit of clarification in relation to what I just heard. You indicated that in certain cases there was no evidence in the civil party applications, any kind of evidence of a family tie with the victims. Do you mean by this that only the children and the grandchildren of the victims are admissible to be joined as civil parties, or is it more, in more generic terms, the absence of any kind of family tie? Because it's not exactly the same thing. You also say that in certain cases there is no proof of the reasonable grounds for this application. Can we consider that this absence of family link does this jeopardize the well-foundedness of the application. Indeed, Ms. Canizales says, I think that in more generic terms, since a certain number of civil parties talk about an uncle or a nephew, well, we can indeed speak about family link more than just being a child or grandchild. And as of the moment when the civil parties will not provide the proof of this family link, we can also believe, therefore, that it is not in their interest to act before your chamber, and therefore their application would not be admissible. And I would like to specify, however, if you please give me the leave, that the accused is perfectly willing, and the defense as well, to review its stance depending on eventual evidence that could be submitted to it by the civil parties. The observations that are here presented are only presented here on the basis of the absence in the file of these elements. And since we have, for example, for one of the civil parties that must be heard, reviewed our position, because our colleagues presented us with documents that indeed demonstrated the well-foundedness of their application, and if the civil parties are able to provide elements that would demonstrate this well-foundedness, well, the defense is perfectly willing to review its stance. We wish, however, that these documents be only communicated to us, interpreter corrects, before the civil parties are heard or before the application is brought up here in court.
The President, thank you, the Defense Counsel, for expressing your position in relation to your challenge concerning the civil parties, the 20 civil parties. And with this information, the Chamber believes that the civil party lawyers will take into consideration, and the Chamber will take this opportunity to make sure that our next schedule is well calculated and that time will be well allocated for such challenge in the future. And next, the Chamber would like to advise the civil party lawyers as the following. The Chamber hereby recalls the right of the Chamber to lead the questioning of persons appearing before it. In the directions given by the greffiers of the trial chamber on the 5th of August 2009, document number E115, the chamber delegated the responsibility of leading the appearance questioning of civil parties to the civil party lawyers. The chamber reminds that such responsibility includes the duty of the civil party lawyers to ask clear questions that are relevant to case 001 and to guide the civil party should he or she make statements that are relevant to case 001 or not confined to the description of the injury suffered by the civil party. The Chamber recalls in particular paragraphs 9, 10, and 11 of the direction that emphasize that civil party statements have to be clearly relevant to trial 001. Consequently, the President expects each civil party lawyer to introduce his or her civil party with answers to these questions. A. What is the name and brief identifying particulars of the civil party? This might be an ID, electoral card, etc. B. What is the relationship or connection to the person who has suffered harm at S21, including S24? Does the civil party have proof of a relationship? If so, can it be put before the trial chamber? C. Are there any relevant documents to confirm the presence of the person at S21? For example, biography, confession, entry into the prisoner list, photograph, etc., and the relevant EON number. 10. The civil parties will be allowed to speak only on facts which are relevant to case 001. It is the lawyer's responsibility to ensure that the statements of the civil parties are relevant to the case. The civil parties will be allowed to read a statement prepared beforehand. 11. The President does not wish to interrupt the statements of civil parties, but in the interest of ensuring that all can be heard, he will do so, particularly if questions are not relevant or time is exceeded. So this is just the instruction so that the statements of the civil party can be framed to the facts and that times allocated are well used. So the statements of the civil parties can be used 1/3 of the allocated time, and the portions of which can be used for the debates in the chamber if the chamber or the judges so need. The President, Mr. Kaing Guek Eav, you take the floor.
Good morning, Mr. President. Your Honor, good morning. May I be allowed just to ask one question of clarification about what Your Honor discussed before and what my learned colleague told us from the defense told us. Can I just ask one question of clarification?
The President, please proceed with the question.
Thank you. Because some challenge was expressed about some documents of the link, I would need to know, just for us to be completely clear, because indeed it will require us quite quickly to go back and check the documents. And of course we understand that if indeed some documents are missing, we should as soon as possible find these documents and then in advance of the discussion show them to the defense. Now, am I correct to understand that the discussion between in this chamber about those documents missing or the link missing would take place at the end of the 18 civil parties? So that would be either on Thursday 27 or Monday 31st. That would be, so in 10 days, 2 weeks, that would be the time where we would be, we should be ready to discuss the matter. Is that correct?
The President, due to the submissions by the Civil Party Council, which is related also to the questions posed by the Defense Council, and their position in objections and the reasons that they have given to the Chamber. In addition to the scheduling of the trial proceedings for the civil parties who have now been objected by the Defense Council and who are scheduled for the hearing at the end of our trial proceedings, that is, after hearing the testimonies of the Defense Council and before the final submission. So there is still plenty of time, and all the related matters to the identification or observations in relation to the objections raised by the Defense Council. The Chamber will not consider this matter at the moment, and the Chamber would like only to know regarding the preliminary objection made by the Defense Council on which civil parties and what are their preliminary reasons for such objection. And we will discuss more at the end of the hearing of these particular testimonies as scheduled by the Chamber.
And Your Honor, may I just add that, of course, we will do whatever we are going to, starting today, to go back and to check the documents. And if some documents are indeed missing, then we will, as soon as possible, produce them, and then you will be aware and you will know what is going on between the parties, if for some of them things are clarified.
The President, Court Officer, can you invite the Council E2/35 into the Chamber? The President, I notice the Council for Civil Party Group 3. You may proceed.
Oui, bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Je vous remercie de me donner la...
Good morning, Mr. President. Thank you for giving me the floor. I would simply like to have clarification concerning the manner in which the civil parties will be heard, since it is a civil party which was constituted within our group. And I will be the one who will need to ask questions to these civil parties. It seemed to me that you had just indicated that counsel for the civil party could indeed be in charge of interrogation, but it had appeared to me initially that the civil party would first make a deposition, and that it was only once this had been done that counsel would intervene. Is it therefore possible to intervene during the deposition of the civil party, for instance, in order to help the person to continue with the deposition, or is it necessary to wait until the deposition is over in order to take up certain points that were mentioned during that deposition?
The President, thank you for raising the matter. The Chamber would like to inform to all the civil party lawyers that in the questionings before the Chamber, the civil party's interest is just part of the criminal proceedings. It is the civil party lawyers who represent their clients to adhere and to protect the interests and their rights. And it is whether the lawyers want to interrupt the testimonies or the statements of the civil parties who are their clients. It is up to them to make their own decisions individually. And the Chamber does not intervene if the lawyer wishes to interrupt the statements or the testimony of their respective clients. However, the Chamber would like to remind you that you better focus primarily on the relevant facts. As I have stated earlier, so that the proceedings before this Chamber will be smooth and the time allocation shall be strictly adhered to. And the time allocation is based on an individual civil party, and it is not a common time allocation for all the civil parties. And this is done in response to the request made by the civil party lawyers who submitted the total duration of the times of the testimonies of their respective clients. So you have to make a judgment amongst yourselves for the times and also the times to leave for other parties. For instance, the defense counsels to question your client. If you have any matters you wish to clarify regarding this point, you may continue.
No, I have no further statement to make. Thank you, Mr. President.
The President, court officer, can you invite the civil party E2/85 into the chamber?
កន្លែងមុខអង្គជំរះនេះ
The President, Madam, what is your name?
My name is Martine Lefebvre, and I was the wife of Uket.
Question. How old are you this year?
I will be 57 in September.
Question. Where is your current address and what is your occupation?
I live at 96 Rue de la Fromondière in Le Mans, France, and I am a nurse, state diploma nurse.
Question. In this case, you have applied as a civil party. Are you seeking reparations by yourself, or you will waive this right to your lawyer to act on your behalf?
I will leave it to counsel, my lawyer, to seek reparations.
Question. What is your connection to the crimes alleged on the accused Kaing Guek Eav alias Duch?
Mr. President, I would like to present to you in a certain fashion the chronology of our life and explain to you how it is that I am before you today. I met my husband in 1970.
The President, I noticed the presence of the civil party lawyer. You may proceed.
Monsieur, oui, Monsieur le Président, si vous me le permettez.
Yes, Mr. President, if you will allow me. You had indeed indicated that it was possible to make a brief presentation concerning the case prior to Mrs. Lefebvre presenting her vision of things and before she made her deposition. And I wanted indeed to indicate to the chamber that this is a case for Ali 285 concerning Uket, who was an engineer and diplomat, a third secretary at the Cambodian embassy in Senegal when he was recalled by the Foreign Ministry of Cambodia in 1977 in order to return to Phnom Penh. He returned to Phnom Penh, and later on, Mrs. Lefebvre learned that he had been executed in Tulsen on 9 December 1977 at S21, since his name can be found in the list of persons executed on that day. A list, in fact, which is annexed to the case file, and this is reference ERN in French 00339169 and Khmer 00281230, and for the English 00328268. So we have this element which makes it possible to establish the connection between the presence of Uket in S21 as well as to document his execution, since we are in possession of the exact date of his execution. Further, in the case file, we have a photo of Uu Ket under reference 00285014, and there's no Khmer or English ERN reference, and we have in fact recovered the name of Uu Ket, which was found in 2 documents that are also in the case file. This is the addendum produced in the framework of our own case file as CPA. That is a list of prisoners prepared by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That is in case D2559. The ERN reference for Khmer is 00188859. In English, 00239016. As well as having found his name in the list of prisoners produced by the prosecutor. And here, again, in a specific case, E681 with ERN reference 0033082, ERN English 00330082. Further to that, in the case file of Mrs. Lefebvre, we have produced a part, of course, from the information form and identity documents, as well as registry writings proving Mrs. Lefebvre's identity, but also proving that she was indeed married to Uu Ket, with whom she had 2 children. So we have supplied the engineering diploma which was obtained by Uu Ket in France, as well as the diplomatic passport which had been given to Mrs. Lefebvre at the time, in which it appears that her diplomatic passport allowed her also to have Cambodian nationality, as well as her children. Now, I don't know if you need the ERN references for all of these documents. However, we have obviously produced all these documents, and these documents are in the case file. This perhaps in order to avoid overextending the debate. If you wish to have the references, of course, I will gladly give them to you at any time you shall request them. So these are the first basic elements I wanted to submit to you in order for you to have a clear idea of the evidence that is to be found in the case file, the various supporting elements that are there, and there is no difficulty in ascertaining that Uu Ket is clearly related to this victim. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Unless you have any further observations that you wish to make, Mr. President, I believe that Mrs. Lefebvre can indeed begin with her deposition. Thank you.
Dear President, the Chamber would like now to give the opportunity to Madam to describe to the Chamber the relevant events which led you to become a civil party in this case, so that the Chamber as well as the public can understand the events. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I was, first of all, give you a chronology of our life. I met Uu Ket in Paris, when I registered for English courses in Jussieu. Huquet was finishing his studies as a statistics engineer, a diploma which he obtained at the end of 1970. He had come to France in 1968 on a grant from the Ministry of the French Foreign Ministry, since he was an excellent student in Cambodia. In 1970, at the request of Prince Sihanouk, he decided to support the United National Front of Cambodia under the presidency of the Prince. My father-in-law was the major domo of King Sihanouk and had instructed him never to betray the Prince. We were wedded in October 1971, and my husband was given his diplomatic function as third secretary of the Cambodian embassy in Senegal by the Royal National Unity Government of Cambodia. And we left. He left in December 1971, and I followed in January 1972 in Dakar, Senegal, in Africa. In 1973 and in 1975, I gave birth to my two children, a boy, Makara, and a daughter, Niri. In 1975, after the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Cambodia, Ket intended and wanted to return to his country out of love for his country in order to take part in the national reconstruction effort. He was an intellectual, he had skills, and he wanted to take part in the reconstruction. His wish was to teach. In April 1977, he received a correspondence from the Foreign Ministry of Cambodia requesting that he return to Phnom Penh. And therefore, all four of us left Senegal by plane to Paris, where we went to my birthplace to live at my parents' residence in Le Mans. We spent some 3 weeks there prior to Ket flying to Cambodia on 7 June 1977 via Beijing. Afterwards, well, during his journey, he sent me 2 postcards, which I received during June. One had been posted in Pakistan, and one had been posted in Beijing, where he told us of his love for us, myself, children, family, written both in Khmer and in French. And the postcard that was posted in Beijing says, amongst other things, on 11 June 1977, I will be in Phnom Penh. This postcard is, in fact, co-signed by 2 other persons who knew me and whose name I recovered later in the Tusley list. After that, I received no news whatsoever from my husband. Since his silence was a major subject of concern, since it was not usual for him to leave us without any news, in September 1977 already, I went to the Chinese embassy in Paris, Avenue Georges V, in order to ask the Chinese to do something in our favor so that I may have some news about my husband. I went there with my 2 children, who at the time were 2 and 4.5 years old. The person I met there, and to whom I had handed an identity picture of my husband to demonstrate that he was indeed my husband, showed it to my 4.5-year-old son and said to him, "Do you know the person on the picture?" And my 4.5-year-old son said, "Yes, of course, it's Daddy." After I encountered great difficulty to obtain that the embassy would intervene, and in the end the embassy refused to help me. It should be known also that in September 1977, Ket had been gone for 3 months, and I learned later that at that time he was in Cholsleng, and that he was still alive, and that we might have been able to do something in order to prevent his death. So I went home. And during 1978, I contacted Amnesty International as well as the International Red Cross. And of course, I followed all the news concerning Cambodia, and I learned at the end of 1978 of the conflict with Vietnam. At the beginning of 1979, I received a letter from Mr. Chanyuran, who was the boss, who was the ambassador of my husband in Senegal. And he was at the head of a delegation which went to Switzerland in Geneva, representing Cambodia. In his letter, which you will find in the case file, he told me Ket was fine before my departure when I left the country. So I was very surprised. And in order to obtain news and information about my husband, I took the train with my 2 children and traveled to Geneva in order to meet this delegation, with the hope that the delegation could give me some good news. Indeed, he confirmed that Ket was fine before he left, but he was unable to tell me where he was, in what state he was in what he was doing in Cambodia. I returned home convinced that he had not met my husband and that this was a lie. I wrote a letter, therefore, to Prince Norodom Sihanouk, whom I had opportunity to meet in 1973 in Dakar, Senegal, during his African tour. And the prince replied to me by telegram in May 1979, wherein he asked me to contact Mr. Chanyuran, who at the time was a roving representative for Cambodia, and Mr. Tun Prasit, who represented Cambodia at the United Nations.
Puisque je l'ai posé.
I already know the answer since I presented it. So I continue following the events in Cambodia. And on the 2nd of December 1979, I travel to the Pavillon Baltard outside of Paris, where Prince Sihanouk is giving a conference on the state of Cambodia, the current state of Cambodia. And I ask him where my husband might be, and he says that he doesn't have any idea. But Mr. Tun Prasit is there as well, and I ask him the same question: where is my husband? Where is my husband, Uk Ket? And he answers me, don't try to bargain your life for him. I'm absolutely flabbergasted by such an answer. During the entire course of 1979, I met many Cambodians who were fleeing from their country, in particular refugees, as well as intellectuals that I had had the opportunity of meeting in Paris when I was living at the Pavillon du Cambodge with my husband at the Cité Universitaire. Some of them had been detained at the Terre Rouge, and their accounts were absolutely horrific. And at the same time, he gives me Mr. Unim's confession to read, Mr. Unim's confession at Tuol Sleng, and then I begin saying to myself that something very serious happened to my husband. At the end of December and at the beginning of 1980, with the help of an organization in France called l'Association des Femmes Khmer, the organization for Khmer women, and whose president is a French woman who comes to help women who are dismayed in France. Listen to what I have to say regarding my husband's silence, I should say, and decides to help me by buying an airplane ticket for me to go look for my husband in the refugee camps in Thailand and to try to also find my Cambodian family. Therefore, I arrive on Christmas Day, 1979, on the Thai-Cambodia border on the Thai side, and it is a French doctor, a pediatrician, who is the son of this woman who is the president of this organization, who receives us and who will help me during my entire stay there. I am going to discover in these camps the entire dimension of the horror that the people that I had known before were enduring, as well as the Cambodian population. It was the rainy season. We were walking through mud, and I would roll up my sleeves in order to help. I'm not yet a nurse back then, and it is as of that moment that I will take that degree. So therefore, I remain in these refugee camps. Every day we bring 5 or 6 children, small children, 5 to 6 months old, infants who are dying because of malnutrition or dehydration. And I do whatever I can to help all of these people. I share their daily life. We are living under plastic tents that are supported by wooden poles, and there are no toilets, and then I'm able to find friends who had known my husband. So therefore, I'm in the camp of Kawi Dung, and there I meet Mr. Otong Hun, who tells me, Martine, you came because I sent you a letter in France. And I answer him, no, I didn't receive your letter. And then he explains what the letter was about, which I will then discover when I return back to France. And he says, you know, I worked at Tuol Sleng for 4 months. And I said to him, what is Tuol Sleng? And he explained to me that it is an extermination camp, and I found your husband's name in the Tuol Sleng files. And when I discover his letter when I return that had been scribbled on a piece of newspaper, it was written down, indeed, Martine Ouquet was exterminated at Tuol Sleng. And for me, having gone to the refugee camps, this allowed me to understand the magnitude of the dismay of all of the Cambodians. So therefore, I return to Paris, and I am completely diminished, and I decide to take the examination to become a nurse, which I passed in June 1980. And when I back in France, I must reorganize my life without my husband, and I must explain to my children what happened to their father and how they will have to grow up without their daddy. And up until then, I was hoping to find my husband again. I have no official documents. I am a widow. My children are orphans. And I must tell them the truth with a lot of hardship, because already for myself it's something that is tremendously difficult accepting this reality. So they are 4.5 years old and 7 years old. And my son, as well as my little daughter, ask me every day, have you seen Daddy? Will we see Daddy again? Because this was a leitmotif of the 2 previous years. And I must tell them, no, they will never see their daddy again. So therefore, I take the exam, I pass the exam to become a nurse, and I study for 3 years. And in parallel, I try to bring together the whole dossier with all information that I can get on Cambodia, in particular regarding Cambodia or Tuol Sleng, and I discovered little excerpts of this madness. I began seeing how Ket was attracted to Cambodia and how Cambodia absolutely grinded him. So therefore, we go on with our lives, trying as best as possible to have a normal life, but it's of course very difficult. And in February 1990, in a local paper from my hometown, I learned that a French woman is the president of an organization where the Phnom Penh Lycée Agricole, agricultural school, is linked with the agricultural school of my hometown. And I contact this woman who tells me that she's leaving the following week to Cambodia, and she asks for the lists of my Cambodian family members, and she tells me that she will do all that she can to find their trace. And indeed, 2 weeks later, I receive a letter from Cambodia, and it is my mother-in-law who is writing to her son in this letter. This letter is in Khmer, and I'm able to follow a bit of it, and I understand, therefore, that among the 11 family members, 4 of them survived. My mother-in-law and the her 3 youngest children. So therefore, we write to each other. I tell her that her son probably went through Tuol Sleng, and she asks to see us. And with my children, for a whole year, we tried to bring together funds so that we can travel to Cambodia and buy 3 airplane tickets. And we ask ourselves, what are we going to find? What are we going to find when we arrive regarding the family and regarding the country? We land in Pochintong Airport on July 16th, 1991. This was a very emotional moment because we are following Ket's traces, who had returned in 1977. And we're trying to imagine then what he was expecting from this return. And for all of us, all three of us, it was a terrible shock as soon as we landed. Everything was broken down. And we go live with my mother-in-law, who lives in a traditional Cambodian house on stilts in the suburbs of Phnom Penh. And we sleep just like the Cambodians, that is to say, on the floor. There is no water, no running water, there's no electricity, and they are completely without any, in total poverty. Up until 1975, the entire family of 10 was living at the Royal Palace, and they had a decent lifestyle. And therefore, ending up at such a low level was a shock. And my father-in-law, the family head, was exterminated, and therefore my mother-in-law had a lot of hardship facing daily life. And we became very sick, and my son almost died of dysentery at the age of 18. 2 days after we arrived, therefore on the 18th of July 1991, we go to S21. And when we arrive in this place, which was formerly a high school, we are, of course, completely overtaken by the horror. And we begin looking through all of the photographs that are lined up by trying to find Uket's face. And we do not find him. But I am able to recognize faces of Cambodians who are known abroad. All three of us are deeply saddened, of course, but more than that even, we are very much angered. And I have a hard time telling my children to leave this place because their fists are clenched and they're clenching their teeth before such a quantity of horror. And then the following days we go to Chung Ek. And when we arrive there, we are struck by the mausoleum where all of the skulls are piled up. And we say to ourselves that Kek's skull is among all of these thousands of skulls. And we look at the pits which we walk over. There are teeth coming up through the ground, leg bones, radiuses, pieces of shirts, strings, earth, where covering the people who were killed there. And we are completely revulsed. And in the weeks that follow, we return to Tuol Sleng, and we are set on finding the trace of my husband, the father of my children, Mr. Uket, set on finding his trace in this horrible place. And we arrive in the room where the archives are stored, and we begin opening the files. And twice we find in a list my husband's name. And there is a list of 301 people that had been typed, and Uket's name is on line 43. And it is written, Duch, Ket, 31 years old, Foreign Affairs, Lektibay Stantuk, Embassy, 3rd Embassy Secretary. His date of arrival at Tulsleng was June 15th, 1977. And on top of this sheet of paper, it is written the list of the 301 people who have to be exterminated or exterminated on the 9th of December 1977. And I also find in this list the names of people that I had known. I photographed the entire place, saying to myself that it will take time for me to digest what I have seen, and I photographed in particular the photographs of the leaders of this prison. I do not know them, but later on in France, when I returned to France, by having their names translated, I will find the name of the accused and of Mamnai on the upper left-hand corner. And just by looking at their faces, I say to myself that Ket must have had a pretty rough time. I know that these individuals are involved in my husband's death. And when I see these terrifying faces, I can imagine how he himself was terrified. And then I decide that this crime will not remain unpunished. In 1993, back in France, and I receive a letter from the International Red Cross confirming to me Ket's stay at S21, that he did indeed stay there from June 15th to December 9th, 1977, in cell number 23, in room 2, building C. So therefore, I returned several times alone to Cambodia to photograph this cell and all of the others as well. And I also returned to Chung Ek so that I can recollect. And I continue gathering the evidence and the information. I'm looking for support from DC Camp because now the UN is in Cambodia at that time. And we finally are able to see Ritipan's film, which also relates Ket's story. I try to sue for damages in France. It's very, very difficult. Cambodia is a real tense place back then. And then I start learning about the creation of a hybrid Khmer UN court. And I follow the very slow elaboration of constitution of this court, but I believe in it. But I really, because I say to myself that such atrocities cannot and must not remain unpunished. In 2008, therefore, I meet the lawyers of the Avocats Sans Frontières organization, and the case begins. This is why I'm very proud to be before you today. But now I would like to speak to you about who was Ket, and about what he became. So, during these 7 years, interpreter corrects, that we spent together mainly in Senegal, Ket was somebody who was very kind, well-educated, delicate, generous, intellectually brilliant, calm, jovial, with a very nice Khmer smile, soft, interested in all technological novelties. And we were a Franco-Khmer couple whose children are born on the soil of Africa. And this three-continental contribution was the wealth of our family. A family that was open to the world, without any kind of prejudice regarding race or religion or regarding lifestyle. Ket knew how to dress as a Westerner or as a Khmer without having any trouble with this, depending on the circumstances. An adorable husband, a very affectionate father with a great amount of attention for his children. As soon as he would just step out of his diplomat suit and dress up in his Khmer sarong and start cooking for us some delicious Cambodian dishes. But he also enjoyed French cooking, Senegalese cooking, Indian cooking, or Lebanese cuisine. He was an excellent volleyball player. We would often go to the beach. He was a musician without having ever studied music. He played guitar, mandolin, harmonica, and the Cambodian flute with a lot of virtuosity. Life with him was pure happiness during 7 years. And now I understand what happened to him in Cambodia when he returned there on the 11th of June 1977. So therefore he went to B1, Krasum Borote Timun, which was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Was he detained there in the cellars, or was he there waiting to be detained? It's unknown, because on the 15th of June he was kidnapped with his hands tied behind his back, blindfolded, and brought in a truck, beaten in the face, as we can see in his photograph that we finally found. And when he arrived at Tul Sleng, he was therefore tied up like a slave to a metal bar, chained up in a filthy cell. He was deprived of his most elementary rights, arbitrarily detained because he was, of course, not entitled to a lawyer, and he doesn't know why he has to go to this hell. He was deprived of his most fundamental needs: no food, no care, no medical care, no hygiene, psychological solitude, torture with Nazi methods, 6 months of this, and I am sure that Ket was able to face it, and that he did everything as in his power to be able to resist this and to be able to return back to us one day. We were like the fingers of one single hand. So now I understand his physical and psychological degradation. I can picture it. He died a slow death at S21 in the most complete secrecy, in solitude.
Et le 9
And
décembre
on the 9th of
1977,
December 1977,
des meurtriers lui ont fracassé le crâne
murderers broke his
Kaing Guek
skull at Chung Ek
et l'ont ensuite
and
égorgé
then
dans une fosse.
cut his throat while throwing him
C'est
into a
là un
pit.
assassinat inexcusable.
This is an absolutely inexcusable murder.
Depuis 32 ans,
And for the past 32 years,
l'absence de quête nous est
Ket's
insupportable.
absence is something that we cannot bear.
C'est un manque permanent.
It is a permanent absence.
Mes enfants ont grandi
My
sans la présence de
children
leur père,
grew up without the presence of their
une
father,
présence bienveillante,
a presence that was
une
comforting,
présence protectrice,
a presence that would protect them.
sans son affection,
Without his affection,
sans le cadre paternel,
without a fatherly figure,
c'est-à-dire tout ce qui
that is to
structure
say,
un enfant.
everything that organizes the life of a child.
La souffrance de quête
Ket's suffering
a été et est
was
toujours
and is still
notre souffrance.
our suffering.
Et loin de s'estomper avec le temps,
It does not go away with time.
je peux vous dire qu'elle
And I
est de
can
plus
tell
en
you
plus
that the
prégnante.
suffering, in fact, is more and
C'est comme
more
un écran géant
intense. It is like a
qu'on aurait pu
gigantic
près du visage.
scream that would be too close to our eyes.
À ce jour,
And until
nous n'avons toujours
today,
pas de corps,
we still haven't found the body,
nous n'avons toujours
we
pas
do
de
not
restitution de corps,
have any kind of
nous
restitution.
n'avons pas eu de
We
sépulture pour
haven't,
Quête,
there has not been any
je n'ai
tomb.
pas de papier des
I
autorités
have
cambodgiennes,
no documents from the Cambodian authorities.
et le résultat
And
pour moi,
the result for me
c'est une faillite humaine
is
totale.
complete human failure.
Je suis donc venu
So
devant
therefore,
ce
I came
tribunal
before this
pour
chamber
demander justice.
in order to ask for justice to be done.
Justice de ce crime barbare,
Justice to be done for this barbaric
pour
crime,
qu'on prenne
so
enfin
that
en
we can
considération
finally take into
la
consideration
souffrance de Quête
Ket's suffering
et de tous les autres
and
Cambodgiens,
the suffering of all of the other
qu'ils aient été à
Cambodians,
S21 ou
whether
partout
they
dans
were
le
in
pays,
S21 or anywhere else
et
in
qu'ils prennent
the
aussi
country,
en
and so that they can
considération
also take into
notre
consideration
souffrance des
our
survivants.
the suffering of the survivors.
Je suis venu ici
I
aussi
came
devant
here
vous
also before you
afin de
in
restaurer
order
la dignité de Quête
to bring
bafouée
back
à
Ket's
S21,
dignity that was stampeded
celle de
at
notre famille
S21,
cambodgienne,
the dignity also of our French and Cambodian family.
et je suis venu aussi
And I
un peu
also
rafraîchir la
came
mémoire
also a bit
à quelqu'un d'amnésique.
to refresh the memory of somebody who seems to be suffering from amnesia.
L'instigateur de ces tueries est un intellectuel
The person who created this murder is an intellectual
qui aurait pu
who could have
enrayer le processus
stopped
d'extermination.
the extermination mechanism.
Il a fait des études.
He studied as well. He went to university.
On peut se tromper,
You can make mistakes in life, of
tuer
course.
par erreur
You
une
can
personne,
kill somebody by mistake,
ce qui est déjà un homicide
which
en soi,
already in itself is
un
homicide,
homicide punissable.
and a homicide that is punishable.
Or,
However,
il a fait torturer et assassiner
he had people tortured and murdered
17 000 personnes
17,000
qu'on a
people,
répertoriées.
17,000 people who were listed. Of
Qui ne
course,
l'ont pas été.
we are not including those who
Et
are
pour
not
moi,
listed.
Il aurait
And
dû
for
se
me,
supprimer
he should have
parce que s'il avait peur de mourir,
committed
lui-même,
suicide, because if he was afraid of dying
ce n'était
himself,
pas une raison à continuer
well, this was not a reason for him to continue torturing and to continue
Il y a comme
murdering.
une disproportion
There's
entre la peur de mourir
Kind
soi-même
of a disproportionate,
et le nombre de personnes
there's a kind of a disbalance between the fear of dying and the amount of people who were killed.
Je
For me,
parlerai
this is
plutôt de
inadmissible.
vengeance de la
I
part
will
de ces
speak
personnes et de zèle.
rather in terms of vengeance and in terms of zeal.
Avait-il oublié ce professeur de mathématiques? Avait-il oublié de réfléchir
Had this math professor forgotten to
pour ce danger
reflect,
de sang,
to think, to load up on blood, on the shouts of the people being tortured, on bodies for a period of 9 years?
Si ça ne s'appelle pas s'éclater dans un sale boulot,
If one can't call this enjoying a dirty job, then please tell me what else can it be? As far as I'm concerned, this is an operation. The death of others was, in fact, his daily food. And therefore, I feel that the punishment must be commensurate with the crimes committed. In other words, a maximum sentence. I believe that we should not give more attention to that person than to his victims, because today the torturers continue to live side by side with the victims, and this is very detrimental to the victims. I would like it to be prohibited from the torturers to have access to any source of profit related to the crimes committed and the facts and the events between 75 and 79. That all documents, whether they be the confessions, the photographs, the books written by those who took part in these massacres, that all of this be handed over to Cambodian and international bodies. And I could easily see case number one working to refill the roads in S21 locations and others in order that they become dignified. I found a great deal of rubbish lying about, and I think that this is not appropriate. I am also expecting from the tribunal to have a pedagogical or educational impact on the younger generation, in order that this new generation will fully absorb the fact that it is Khmer people who killed Khmer people, and that there is no room here for negationism. These facts cannot be denied, and they have been demonstrated. I am also expecting that our family is not sent back to its loneliness, that we don't return to a situation where we were simply abandoned for 30 years. Ket's children and grandchildren, I have 5 and so does he, needs to be reconciled with the Khmer part of our family history. And it isn't in S21 or in Chun Ek that it is possible to do so. These locations are the shame of humanity. We need a peaceful place here in Cambodia that would be open to the Cambodian public. And we thought perhaps that a media library with the name of Uket that would be both Khmer and French-speaking in the neighborhood where Uket lived for the first 23 years of his life. And it is by investing in education and culture that our sorrow could perhaps be appeased, and that the freedom of Ket and other Cambodians who fell victim to this bloody regime may be restored. I would like to conclude by stating that Ket today is more present than ever in our hearts, and that we love him and always will love him. His face is here before us. Thank you.
The President, now it is time for a break. The chamber will take a 20 minutes break until 5 to 11, when we will resume to continue our proceedings. All rise, says Graffier.
Mesdames et messieurs, levez-vous.
The President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. We will continue to hear the testimony of the civil party, Robert Hamill. Before we continue, the chamber would like to remind Mr. Robert Hamill, please to slow down a little bit more so that the interpreters would have adequate time to fully interpret your statement for the chamber as well as for the civil parties, so that we can fully understand the contents of your statement and what happens to the fate of your elder brother. I also noticed the presence of the civil party lawyer, Alan Vanner. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was my sloppiness. I forgot to mention to start with that not only we have the birth certificate of Kerry Hamill and the copy of particulars of marriage of my clients, but we do as well have his own birth certificate. I already told your greffier, and all of that will be given to them in the proper form tomorrow. Thank you.
The President, Mr. Robert Hamill, you can now continue with your statement.
Mr. President, thank you. I may first begin by acknowledging my wife, who was not in this session early, and she has just come in during this session. I send my love to my wife. She has supported me through this enormously through the years, and I thank her for that. I'd also like to ask, in my nervousness early on, I did not put up a photo of my brother, Kerry Hamill. I would ask Mr. President, your leave to put this photo up now for the court to see.
The President, the court officer, you can take the photo and show it on the slides projector.
Thank you, Mr. President. As already described, Kerry used to write home about once a month. Some weeks passed without any communication from Kerry. The weeks turned to months, still with no contact from Kerry. As time went by, we became more and more concerned that something was wrong. Our family home was positioned at the mouth of the Whakatane River, which flows out into the Pacific Ocean. Towards the end of the year, my mother, Esther, would gaze out to sea and say, "It's okay. He'll turn up at Christmas and surprise us." We all half expected the yacht to appear over the horizon at any moment. Mr. President, you, like myself, will perhaps remember the times before we lived in a world of instant communication, the days before mobile phones, the internet, and 24/7 news. It was in this time of letters and telegrams, which younger generations cannot appreciate. that my family waited and waited for any news at all. There was a desperate sense of hope in our household. Christmas 1978 came and went, as did the New Year, and there was still no news. This was the first Christmas without the normal happiness. There was no excitement at New Year's. We were all thinking of the person missing from our lives, Kerry. As time went by, my parents became more and more anxious. Still, we hoped for a positive outcome, but deep down, we were all thinking the same thing, that something terrible had happened to my brother. My father, Miles Hamill, wrote letters to the ports of Asia and the New Zealand government requesting information about the Foxy Lady and any possible sightings. We were trying to establish if any shipwrecks had been reported in the area. Nothing of any consequence was reported back to my father. When you are waiting to hear from a loved one, 16 months is a very, very long time. Your Honours, 1 year and 4 months of uncertainty passes like an eternity. In less than this period of time, a new life can be conceived and born. I was 14 when Kerry went missing, and 16 when we found out the terrible news. My 2 birthdays were a time of mute celebration, the waiting without knowing, the hoping while fearing the worst. It had been a terrible time for our family. I remember a day a neighbour rang us, suggesting we go and get a copy of the local newspaper. I went with my second eldest brother, John Hamill, to the local newsagent, and I recall the look of sympathy on the attendant's face as he handed over the newspaper. On this day, 16 months after the capture of Kerry, we got the news that Kerry had been captured and tortured and murdered at the hands of the Pol Pot regime. My brother had been captured, tortured and killed. Mr. President, nobody in the New Zealand government had the time to contact my parents with this terrible, terrible news. All we had was the report staring out at the front of the newspaper. We were devastated. All that hope was now extinguished. I remember later that day standing in the kitchen, hugging my father, both of us crying for what seemed like a very long time. It was the closest I had ever felt to my father. I found it difficult to describe the feeling of love, complete love, combined with complete sorrow I felt for my father at that moment. In some ways it was a beautiful moment, but was all consumed in the grief and shock of the tragedy that had occurred. Never in our worst nightmares had we considered the reality of what had happened to Kerry. Death not by shipwreck, not by drowning or freak accident, but death by torture. Death by torture, not over a few seconds or minutes or hours or days or weeks even. Death by torture over a period of months. In the absence of Kerry's body, a memorial service was held. For the next 12 months, my parents tried to ascertain the detail of what happened and why the New Zealand government still supported Pol Pot's regime into the 1980s. At the same time, they tried to sustain their business, which was in decline, and try and hold off bankruptcy. Mr. President, family life disintegrated. I would like to describe how my family struggled and perhaps failed to cope with my brother's death. With your leave, Mr. President, I would like to begin by telling you about my brother John. It is my conviction that what happened to John is directly linked to Kerry's death at S21, and as such, his story is an important part of the damage caused to my family. John was a year younger than Kerry. The two brothers had a close bond. John was a wonderful, sensitive man that had the ability to make us all laugh to the point of tears. After Kerry went missing, that humour stopped. During the 16-month time lag between Kerry's capture and our discovery of what had happened, John displayed the effects of deep depression. Arguments I had had with him previously increased in number and intensity. These arguments often turned violent. John was 27, I was 16. The loss of his closest sibling had a massive impact on John. 8 months after he found out what had happened to my eldest brother, Kerry, my second eldest brother, John, took his own life. He threw himself off a cliff near our family home. My father, Miles, and my third brother, Peter, were the first to find John. They retraced his footsteps to the edge of the cliff and saw his body at the bottom of the rocks. On the morning of John's funeral, I remember my mother administering pills to me and my older siblings, Sue and Peter. I later found out that these pills were Valium tablets. It was an example of how my parents did not know how to deal with their grief. There was so little in the way of effective support systems that they somehow thought it was best to mask one's own feelings in the cloak of prescription medication. I discovered later that morning that my father had been in such a bad way during the night before the funeral that my mother had called for the doctor who administered strong sedatives. It was enough to render my father unconscious for the next 24 hours. He could not attend the funeral of his second eldest son, John. It was simply too much for him. It was simply too much. I feel he blamed himself for the death of his two eldest children. I think he felt he could have done more to protect them, as all parents do. As all parents do. Both Kerry George Hamill and John Dwyer Hamill died at the age of 27. I find it difficult to separate the death of John from the death of Kerry. I am certain that if Kerry's life had been spared, John would not have taken his own life. Duch, when you killed my brother Kerry, you killed my brother John as well. The effect these two devastating losses had on our family simply cannot be measured. They were massive and incomprehensible. I often think how much better things might have been had my brother not been taken. It's impossible to say. My mother, Esther Hamill, was possibly the most deeply affected by Kerry's death. She was thinking about Kerry non-stop, but not communicating that to us. She was a very private woman, and in her own way. But she was a very outgoing lady as well, very humorous. She had a great sense of humour. But all that changed after Kerry was captured. I never saw her cry. She was so strong. But as a result of that strength and holding her pain within, she became very sick. 2 years after we found out what happened to Kerry, and about 18 months after John's death, my mother became bedridden with painful arthritis. She was in bed for many months. Her room was like a mausoleum. I could barely bring myself to go into her room. I avoided her, so much so that it feels to me like I abandoned her right when she needed me most. It must have felt to her like she had lost not only one, not two, but 3 sons. Such was my lack of support. I cannot forgive myself for that. It took years for her to get back her independence. But though she really led on, her back was a continuous source of pain. A few years later, she was afflicted with shingles, which is a disease of the nervous system. This illness took a long time for her to shake off. During those years, my mother was depressed, but she did not express it in a way that I consciously understood. She was angry. She fought with my dad, and she was very sad. My mother stopped engaging with life. She did less and saw less friends. She removed herself from all social interactions in the township. For her remaining children, however, she remained strong and supportive. But I know that she longed to turn back time. Her courage was illustrated when I was planning adventures of my own, adventures that would put my life at great risk. When I decided to enter a rowing race across the Atlantic Ocean, she said to me, You go for it, boy. My mother had witnessed the death of 2 beloved sons, and here was a third wanting to embark on a crazy challenge that may well kill him. She continued to support me. Every Christmas, my mother would put on a brave face. But at some point on Christmas Day, she would disappear to visit John's grave and lay flowers as a memorial to her 2 boys. My mother died 28th of July 2003 after succumbing to leukemia, cancer of the blood. She died before seeing any measure of accountability for the death of her son. My father, Miles Hamill, took the death of Kerry and John very badly. Over the years, it was relatively common to watch television and hear Dad in the kitchen doing mindless chores next door, quietly weeping. I knew at that point that he would have been crying for some considerable time before it progressed to being audible to where I sat in the room next door. At these times, Mum would stare at the television and try to block it out. To a certain extent, I did the same. I didn't offer Dad any sympathy or affection. For some reason, I just couldn't. The one moment of closeness that we had shared between us that day, we found out what had happened to Kerry had been all I could offer. He was a business owner in a partnership. It had been a successful business. After Kerry's disappearance, murder, and John's death, my father lost the ability to function effectively at work. He couldn't make the difficult decisions anymore, and when hard financial times came along, he didn't respond the way he once might have. He was forced to retire too young. My father is now aged 88 and is suffering from the effects of Alzheimer's disease. He no longer recognises photos of my brother Kerry. I believe the pain of the last 30 years have taken a toll.
De ces 30 dernières années a porté un coup à sa santé, à son état.
I note on both my parents' bravery through all of this. There were many examples that illustrated how grief-stricken they were. They continued to do the best they could to be good parents to us. However, it is clear to me, as a parent myself, that they were paralysed by the tragic loss of their son. I remember clearly how John openly beat me, punching me in the face, while my mother and father stood by just a metre away. Before the loss of Kerry, this unimaginable event in our house, my parents would never have allowed such behaviour. But there they were, a metre away, allowing this to happen. They lost the ability to parent for a long time. It was as if they were, as I say, paralysed, leaving them unable to continue their parenting duties. At the time, I didn't know what to make of it, But in reflection, I believe their reaction, or lack of it, was symptomatic of the psychological grief they suffered. But they held on, and perhaps we, their remaining children, were what kept them going. They hung in there and were incredibly strong. My third sibling, Peter Hamill, does not wish for me to talk about how Kerry Hamill's torture and murder, and subsequently John Hamill's suicide, affected him. I wish to acknowledge Peter at this time and send him my love. My sister Sue Hamill was 16 years old when Kerry was snatched from his boat by the Khmer Rouge. She was 18 years old when she found out what had happened to him. She has spoken to me about the subliminal fear she feels she has carried with her, consciously or otherwise, for the last 30 years. I fear a fear that has influenced many of her decisions and life choices. Mr. President, with your leave, I would like to read just one or two lines of something Sue wrote to me. Not only does it describe her feelings, but it also encapsulates my suffering. After shock, disbelief, and anger, there came the realization that I could not do anything to bring back Kerry. He is gone forever. What then? I began to wonder, how could one human do something unbelievably abhorrent to another human and to an innocent one? Something had to fill the void where there had once been hope and expectation of his return. What filled that hole was my choice, but I did not consciously choose fear. Often it has only been in retrospect that I have understood why I deferred plans, sometimes indefinitely. But slowly I have come to understand that deep hurts can cause a subtle kind of paralysis. Time is a very, very slow healer. Mr. President, I have already mentioned the suffering and the pain my mother, father, brothers and sister were part of my own suffering. The distressing aspect of Kerry's death and the nature, and more importantly, the nature in which his life was taken. Ultimately, I do not know how Kerry finally met his fate. At best, my brother was blindfolded, taken out to the S21 compound, to a pre-dug trench, made to kneel down beside it, hit over the head with a metal bar, his throat slit, then buried. That was the best case scenario. Unfortunately, Kerry was regarded as a special prisoner. The type of prisoner the Duch division was set up to look after. It indicates that these prisoners received special attention, the thought of which makes my stomach turn. It is also possible that Kerry, still alive, could have been made to sit in the middle of car tyres, covered in petrol, and set alight. When I think about what happened to my brother Kerry Hamill, I get the sense of hopelessness, powerlessness, and despair he must have felt while incarcerated and tortured at S21. He must have suffered terribly, yet he had no one to appeal to. He had no one prepared to listen to his pain and anguish. There was no way out and no vindication. When I tried to imagine my brother, Kerry, how he would have responded in that environment, it makes me feel sick. I know Kerry was physically and mentally strong. He would not have succumbed easy. His will to live would have been evident. Mr. President, I would like your leave to show one last photo. The photo that I imagine illustrates what Kerry suffered.
The President, the court official is now instructed to put that photo on the projector so that it can be put on display.
I know this individual may not be my brother Kerry, just another poor soul at S21. But the way he is shackled, the way he has been grotesquely beaten, the blood flowing from his gaping wounds, yet the continuing struggle, the resilience. This man struggled to hold on to life. He is moving, holding himself up ever so slightly off the floor. For me, Mr. President, this is my gorgeous, beautiful brother, Kerry Hammond, at S21. This is the sort of image that has haunted me when I was 16 and still haunts me today. I have lost so much sleep over this image. The time frame Kerry was detained at S21 also continues to trouble me. From what I have been led to believe, the longer a prisoner remains in S21, the worse the torture gets. It has also been my understanding that once prisoners signed confessions and put their thumbprint to them, that they were then executed. Whereas John Dewhurst was detained for 3 weeks, my brother endured a much longer stay in the compound. His last dated confession was in 13th of October 1978, 2 months to the day of his capture. When I think about the deprivation, the degradation and the abuse that Kerry would have suffered, after 30 years, my tears are still copious. And I try not to think too deeply about what he went through. I think Kerry would have been very, very angry. Angry to the point of outrage. Then I think there must have been stages where he would have felt that it was useless to resist. That sense of powerlessness and hopelessness must have been incredibly difficult. I have wondered how Kerry felt in those days in prison. Deprived of food and water, dehumanised beyond belief and tortured. Last year's Republican nominee for the presidential elections for the United States, John McCain, talked about his incarceration in a Vietnamese prison. He described how he lost the will to live and attempted to commit suicide on more than one occasion. I've wondered if Kerry tried to do the same, as much as it hurts to say. I believe at some point in his incarceration, my brother may have lost all hope and contemplated suicide as a welcome relief. During the 16-month period Kerry was missing, I, at 14 and then 15 years of age, took solace in alcohol, boozing it up in the pub or out somewhere with my friends. I was 16 years old when the news of Kerry's fate arrived. In that year that followed, my nights out, binging, escalated in regularity and duration. I would often end up violently ill, sometimes on the carpet of my bedroom after returning home late at night. I would often go to school with a hangover, and my education accordingly suffered. My parents were dealing with their own grief in their own way, and through no fault of their own, either didn't notice my antics or felt powerless to do anything about it. When I was actually at home, before losing Kerry and John, we were an outgoing family, but afterwards, Mum, Dad cut off many of their social contacts. As children, we stopped meeting other children and families. Our immediate family became a little bubble, and we became very reluctant to interact with others. Mr. President, I believe that a family is not necessarily limited to just blood relatives or family by marriage. They are often family by circumstance. There are two people who I consider to be family in this way. And I ask for your leave, Mr. President, to allow me to very briefly refer to them.
The President, please proceed with it.
The first is Hilary Holland, who is the sister of John Dewhurst. I contacted her 3 years ago and have since visited her in England. In the interim time, we have formed a strong bond in our shared grief, such as Hilary's grief, that she cannot today say her brother's name out loud. She cannot say her brother's name out loud. In our correspondence, Hilary described her pain, and as I feel it also captures my own feelings, I would like to read you just 5 sentences of what she has written. Via email. When I first heard of my brother's death, and for a long time, I felt that if it was possible to die as a result of emotional pain, then I would. I could not see how my heart could continue to pump and my lungs to breathe. The physical pain was so intense, and that pain continues. For me, it is all to do with how they were killed. How they were killed. Torture, I believe, is dehumanising. both for the person who suffers that torture and for the person perpetrating it. For the person perpetrating it. The second person I would like to briefly talk about is Gail Colley, Mr. President. The love of my brother Kerry Hamill's life. The two of them had plans to marry and have children. Even now, I cannot look at a beautiful photo I have of Gail. The two of them together without feeling deprived of such a wonderful sister-in-law and their planned children. When Gail finally received the news of Kerry's demise, she too was devastated. Gail did not get married and she did not have children. Mr. President, to conclude, all the pain and suffering my family, Gail, Hilary and myself have had to endure was created by one man, by the system of degradation, humiliation and torture he created. From the death camp he ran. All this heartbreak, sorrow and human suffering was stemmed from the destruction of the life of my beautiful brother. That was just one life. There are between 13,000 and 20,000 such stories like ours, all stemming from the systems and practices and actions that Duch administered at S21. At a personal level, this whole process has been demanding. I have had to dig up all the memories and try to put them in perspective. I have had to sit down and write about what you did, Duch, to good people and the pain that you caused. When the need and desire arises, I can be incredibly focused. I'm tough and determined, and yet I sit before this court, frail and emotional. I should feel ashamed from behaving so weakly, but I do not. The only person in this court who should feel shame is that man. Duch at Symes. Duch. At times I've wanted to smash you. To use your words. In the same way that you smashed so many others. At times I've imagined you shackled, starved, whipped, and clubbed viciously. Viciously! I have imagined your scrotum electrified, being forced to eat your own feces, being nearly drowned and having your throat cut. I have wanted that to be your experience, your reality. I have wanted you to suffer the way that you made Kerry and so many others. However, while part of me has a desire to feel that way, I am trying to let go. And this process is part of that. Thank you for that. Today, in this courtroom, I am giving you all that crushing weight of emotion, the anger, the grief, and the sorrow. I am placing this emotional burden on your head. For it is you who created this burden, which no one deserves. It is you who should bear the burden alone. It is you who suffer, not the families of the people you killed. From this day forward, I feel nothing towards you. To me, what you did removed you from the ranks of being human. It removed you from the ranks of being human. If anything at all, is to come from this trial and from my statement on behalf of those I love. Let it be that the world takes notice of the evil that can happen when people do nothing. And let it be that the world decides that doing nothing is not an option. Mr. President, Your Honours, thank you for the opportunity to appear before this chamber and express the pain and suffering that I and my family have endured due to the actions of the accused. Thank you.
J'aimerais vous remercier de l'occasion que vous m'avez offerte d'exprimer la douleur, la souffrance.
The President, Mr. Alan Querner, you take the floor.
Le Président, Maître.
Your Honor, we are in your hands how you want to proceed, but as I said before, my client would like to request your leave to put 6 questions to the accused.
The President, Mr. Robert Hamill, since you have the intention to put questions to the accused, you may now proceed with the questions. However, it depends now on your questions whether the accused is able to respond to them or not. Then the accused himself can exercise his rights not to respond to those questions. However, you may now proceed one question at a time, and we can then pick the question and put it to the accused so that he can respond. Do you still now intend to put those questions to the accused?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with your leave, I would briefly like to address the accused on the acceptance of responsibility of the crimes committed at S21, and then go on to ask the accused through the bench some brief questions. Duch, I acknowledge you pleading guilty. I acknowledge.
The President, please hold on. Mr. Robert Hamill, you can put your questions through the bench, but not directly to the accused. And of course, after the chamber has heard your question, then they can be put through to the accused. We are afraid you cannot put the questions or any statement straightforward to the accused, as you are a civil party. I hope you understand this.
Mr. President,
the President, the accused, please be seated and only to rise again when you are responding to questions. And please take note of the questions from Mr. Robert Hamill, although the questions will be passed through the bench because sometimes the bench will need you to just pick up those questions pick up to respond those questions without having the chamber to repeat, but then of course the chamber needs to approve whether the questions could be put to you or not. Do you understand this?
Your Honor, just because, again, it was my sloppiness and not my client's. Actually, what my client intended to do is to say something very shortly to the accused. That is one. And then he would have 6 questions. Then, of course, he can tell you what he intends to say for the bench to repeat it. But that's the confusion. And again, it's my sloppiness. He has one very short statement for the accused, and then he has 6 questions. I apologize for that.
The President, the statement will be allowed to make to the accused, but the chamber would like to remind Mr. Robert Hamill to refrain from using some very strong words that tend to be abusive to anyone, regardless of the accused. And we believe that your wordings will be of ethical nature, and we don't want to seek this venue as the ground for any revenge or abusive words, and we hope you will be ethical when it comes to addressing your statement to the accused. Please proceed with the statement.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my apologies for any miscommunication. Duch, I acknowledge you for pleading guilty. I am angry beyond words with you and what you did, but I acknowledge and respect your guilty plea. Your acknowledgement is a small but significant contribution to addressing the harm that you caused. Those that have not pleaded guilty and do not accept the harm they have caused are doubly worth of our hate and ridicule. There are questions I ask. You have proven to this court that you are very good, that you have a very good memory. Over a 3-year period, there were less than 10 Westerners at S21, and it appears that there were never more than 2 held there at any one time. I ask you to please answer these questions truthfully. My first question follows. Mr. President, question for Duch, what do you remember of my brother?
The President, the accused, are you able to respond to the question of Mr. Robert Hamill? What do you remember of his brother during the entire period of S21, and what had happened to Mr. Kaing Guek Eav to the best of your recollection? Can you do that? The accused, Mr. President, the Westerners who were captured and put at S21 were 4 of them. I remember the names, but I remember only one person, Foxiladi. Oh no, the name of the boat. Correction, because Pon called me to meet young Briton, John something. And I was told that the Briton was very gentle and polite. And there was a translator who assisted with the interpretation. And I met that person, but I only met the British man. I did not meet Robert. I did not meet Mr. Hamill. And he wrote in detail his complete confession. But I believe in his confession. However, I would like to reserve just 2 words to be given to Robert Hamill. First, that the assumption was wrong that Mom Knight interrogated Carrie Hamill. It was Bond who actually did the interrogation. Number 2, I would like to also reiterate further that during or in the application of Robert Hamill, he stated that the person who killed Carrie Hamill was Jim Sue. It was not him who actually killed your brother. The new arrival, the new Westerners, John Dewhurst and Carrie Hamill, were removed and executed simultaneously, and that their body had to be burned to ashes as ordered. And that's all I can tell you in relation to the fate of your brother.
The
President, Mr. Robert Hamill, you can now proceed with the next question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Duch, you say John Dewhurst and Carrie Hamill were killed simultaneously. May I ask when this occurred?
The President, the accused, can you respond to this question? The question is that you said John Dewhurst and Carrie Hamill were simultaneously killed. When did it occur? Do you still remember it?
The accused, Mr. President, the actual dates of the execution, I cannot tell the chamber, but regarding that event, I can say that amongst the two, only both of them provided the confession, and according to the statement made by Robert, Carrie confession was done after John's. So both of them would be taken away and smashed after the confessions were extracted from both of them. This is my observation, Mr. President. The President, Mr. Robert Hamill, you may continue with your next question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Was there a special branch dealing with the foreigners? And if so, what were the procedures applied to them?
The President, the accused, can you answer that question? You can describe the process carried out at S21 towards the foreigners, the accused. This area is very broad, Mr. President. Let me talk about the obligations that the standing committee that is designated for S21. The 4 Westerners came in 2 sessions. For each session, the upper echelon designated the S21 to interrogate them. And then, after that, they had to be smashed. That is, they had to be beaten to death and their bodies had to be burned to ashes. And that was the concrete order from the standing committee to S21 to carry out. Whatever policy towards foreigners is so broad, I could only talk about the specific order and instructions in this particular instance. This is my observation, Mr. President. The President, Mr. Robert Hamill, you may now continue with your next question.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have heard that Westerners were put in tyres and burnt alive. You have said in this trial that this didn't happen, but we believe that it did. You said it did. You said it did not happen because it would not have been against your orders. However, we know of at least one instance of rape at S21, which you have acknowledged, which according to you yourself was against your orders. So my question is, how can you be certain that one or several Westerners were not burnt alive?
The President, the accused, can you answer that question? The accused, regarding the Westerners, I always said they had to be killed, and then in taking the orders from the upper echelons, they had to be burned to ashes, and I never have spoken anything besides this line. And my statement before the co-investigating judges is a testimony to this fact. I would also like to add that even in my interview with Christopher Pichu, I said the same thing, even though that document was not admitted and could not be accepted by the chamber. And only later on, I have heard that they were burnt alive, and I did my research to find out the truth. I would like to recall the questionings before this chamber as follows. In the proceedings before this chamber regarding Comrade Hui, who acknowledged his task and assignments, which was clearly stated, as well as the statement and the testimony of Prakhon, which was irresponsible, as he stated that one Westerner was burnt alive under the order of Jim Sue. So this is a testimony which doesn't carry any weight to stand against the clear testimony of Hum Hui. And when Jim Sue was brought in for questioning before this chamber, he himself was still unclear to me as whether he was a member of S21 or staff or not. He said that the body was burned and left before the church on the street 143. So Jim Chu's testimony is even more confusing, and it doesn't carry any weight at all for me to weigh it against the testimony of Comrade Hum Hui. And I made my conclusion before this chamber that I have yet to decide anyone who dares to stand against my order or violated my orders. And I would like to reiterate that again before this chamber. The President, Mr. Robert Hamill, if you still have more questions, you may now proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Where were the ashes of the Westerners disposed of?
The President, the accused, can you respond to that question regarding the ashes of the Westerners who were burned to ashes? And we can leave aside the matter whether they were burnt alive or dead. The accused, Mr. President, the purpose of the Standing Committee in ordering S21 to burn the dead bodies to ashes is to get rid of evidence, not to leave any trace behind. And I stated that already to the chamber. And that was the intention of the Standing Committee, not to leave any dead bodies or trace of those Westerners. As the policy of the CPK was not like the Cuban policy to exchange the dead bodies for the tractors or bulldozers. So the bodies had to be burnt to ashes. And I would like to state that again to Mr. Robert Hamill. Thank you, says Mr. President. Mr. Robert Hamill, do you still have more questions? If so, you can continue. I think you have already asked 5 questions, so there is one more remaining question that you can ask.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't have the opportunity to talk about reparation, but I do not seek reparation. I refer that to my lawyer. But I wonder, Duch, could you think of anything else, concretely, as to what you can do to help the victims, including my family?
The President, the accused, can you respond to that question? The accused, Mr. President. I would like to state before Mr. Robert Hamill, as well as before the Cambodian nation and the Cambodian people, that I do not have any ability to assist anybody at this stage. The best I can do for Won Wait, when he was sent in at 6 p.m. already, that is in Cambodian culture that I had to kneel and praise to him for forgiveness, and he pointed his finger at me and scolded me, "You a murderer." And another matter which I concealed in my feeling was another person, that is Dr. Rodgood, whom I regarded as my elder god brother, and another person, Chao Seng, who was kept for quite a long time. So that was the only thing that I could do to those people. Friends were just a facade, and I could not do anything to them. I was so coward at the time. And this is my last word, that at that time I did not dare to assist anybody. The President. The chamber would like now to give the opportunity to the civil party lawyer group 1 if you have questions to be put to your clients to clarify certain matters or to add to the statement which already made by your client, you may proceed.
I have just one question, Your Honors. Mr. Hamil, is it correct that you went to Tulslang Museum last week?
Yes, that's correct.
And could you just describe to this chamber what you felt when you went to Tulslang Museum last week?
Mr. President, I guess the first thing that struck me when I went into the start of the building A, I think it was, and seeing the special prisoners on the beds, the photos of, which I had never seen before, and the treatment they had received, and it was abominable and incomprehensible, and I couldn't help but relate those special prisoners who were, I believe, in the upper echelon of the cadre, and they were dealing with them in a special way. I could not help but think my brother was dealt with in a special way, a way I don't know what exactly that was. I was moved by the previous speaker and her talking, her referencing to Tulslang and Kaing Guek, the killing fields, and in particular regarding the killing fields, the tree where the babies were smashed against, which I also visited, and I found incredibly distressing. But those two scenes, for me, were relatively insignificant when I saw what I think was building C or D and the paintings of Van Nath, most of which I had seen before. But there was something about being in that building and seeing the original paintings of the acts, of the act of torture, of dehumanizing the victims, the prisoners, my brother, that I found incredibly difficult. Because I don't believe we can quite understand or get our head around the atrocity, the sheer brutality and inhumanity of what these people did. But seeing those paintings somehow gave me some semblance of understanding. Thank you.
We have no other questions, Your Honors. Thank you.
The President, the co-prosecutors, do you have questions to be put to this civil party?
Mr. Desmail, Mr. President, Your Honors, it is very difficult to speak after such an emotional day as today, after hearing so much suffering, hearing so much sadness, and also hearing so much anger. We do not have any specific questions to put to Mr. Robert Hamill, but if you give us the leave, I have one sole question that is linked to the statement which I would like to put to the accused. Thank you.
The President, you are not granted any permission to put question to the accused. If you do not have questions for this civil party, the chamber will give the floor to the defense counsel.
La Chambre va donner la parole au Conseil de la Défense.
The President, the Defense Counsel, do you have questions to be put to this civil party? Counsel would. Thank you, Mr. President. The Defense Counsel do not have any question for this civil party. Thank you, Mr. President. The President. The chamber now likes to give the opportunity to the accused to make his observation regarding the statement of the civil party, Robert Hamill. You may now proceed. The accused. Mr. President, first of all, I would like to recognize the sufferings of the entire family of Hamill and Dewhurst, which derived from the death of Carrie and John Dewhurst at S21. The suffering is miserable, detailed, and deep. 2 people died at S21, and 2 families suffered greatly, one in New Zealand and one in England. The suffering of the Cambodian peoples are also immense. And the suffering by these 2 families is a symbol for the Cambodian people to know that everyone suffered, everyone without exception. In my role as a chairman of S21, I bear the responsibility, and I would like to give the opportunity to all the victims and the survivors to point their fingers at me. And I'm not offended by that. And that is your right. And I would accept it with respect. In the role as the chairman before these crimes, I have repeatedly told the chamber, even if the people throw stones to me and cause my death, I would not say anything, and I would not say that I would be disappointed or intend to commit any suicide. But if we look at the human history, those people who failed to accomplish their commission, like Van Gogh, the painter, for instance, he would cut off his ear, and then he would bandage it and continue his painting. Recently in Japan, there was a specialist who committed suicide because he could not identify the faked blueprint. So, at that time, my intention was to do the revolution to liberate the country, but in the end, it leads to disaster of the Cambodian country, and more than 1 million people died. And there's still plenty of people who were survivors and who are still suffering. So I am responsible for my act, and whether they forgive me or not, it is their mind, their free will. And I am here before the chamber to accept my responsibilities willingly And I am very remorseful with what I did. And I speak from the bottom of my heart. And I did not say all these words as a pretext for anything. This is the real words from my heart, and I bow my head and body before the Cambodian people. I stand here before this chamber to do that. With my respect, Mr. President. The President, the proceeding today has come to an end now. Also, the hearing of the testimony and statement of Mr. Robert Hamil has come to an end. The Chamber would like now adjourn today's hearing. And we will continue tomorrow morning starting from 9 a.m. Mr. Robert Hamil, the hearing of your testimony has completely ended. So in your name as a civil party, you can participate in these proceedings, or you may go wherever you wish during the subsequent hearings. Security guards, you are instructed to take the accused back to the detention facility and bring him back to the chamber before 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. The hearing is now adjourned. All rise, says the greffier. The President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. The President's judges of the bench, do you have any questions to be put to this civil party? The co-prosecutors, do you have questions to be put to this civil party?
Monsieur le Président, Madame et Messieurs les juges,
Mr. President, distinguished members of the Chamber, at this point in time, I would like to be sure that we don't speak before the Council for the CPA have finished, because it seemed to me that they also had questions to ask.
The President, we would like to now give the floor to the civil party lawyer group 3 to put questions to the civil party who is her client. You take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. In fact, I was wondering whether that I had misinterpreted the decision arrived at this morning, and I thought that perhaps Indeed, I should be speaking first. First of all, I wish to thank Mrs. Lefebvre for her deposition and for the dignity with which she spoke. I know that today this is a very difficult moment for you, Mrs. Lefebvre, but it is a moment that you have been waiting for over 30 years. And you've indicated to all the importance for you, the meaning for you of this trial, and the importance for you to have the ability to testify before this tribunal. I would like to come back to certain points in your depositions and ask a few questions. In particular, I would like to cover the departure of Ket in 1977. Could you tell us what was the state of mind of your husband when he left? Did he have any doubts, fears? Was he pleased to have been recalled to Phnom Penh? Ket was very happy to be able to return to Cambodia and take part in national reconstruction. As I said, he wanted to teach because he said that there was nothing worse than ignorance. And so we stayed in Le Mans at my parents' residence, and he seemed confident. As a matter of fact, we did some purchases we made some purchases in the town where I live, and he bought the usual things: a raincoat, shoes, a suitcase, sunglasses. And in the bus on the way to these purchases, the bus was very full, and we were holding on to the leather straps of the bus. And I was looking at his face, which I wasn't going to see for 3 months, because he had told me, well, I'll take the pictures of the children and your picture with me, and I'll have a new passport cut for you, and in 3 months at the most, we'll be together again. And I was looking at his face then, and very beautiful, very handsome, rather. And an instinctive sentence came out. I told him, if one day I were to learn that you are dead, I will never believe that you died a natural death. You will have been assassinated. And he looked at me and tapped my cheek and said, but honey, Cambodians are not savages. And he was so sure of himself. When I heard that, I trusted him. That's it. Well, after that, we know what happened. Wasn't it the case that he had, in fact, considered taking your son with him on this journey at some point? Well, our son, Makara, was 4.5 years old. And he said, well, I'm going back to Cambodia. I'll be without the children. Do you think that I might perhaps bring Makara? Would that be a good thing? And he took very good care of the children when I wasn't around. He could cook for them, feed them, wash them, play with them, and I really saw no drawback to him taking our son along. But at the last minute, he changed his mind, And I believe that it was a very good idea because we know what happened to the children of the parents who were taken to S21. So as far as you're concerned, he had no doubts or suspicions. Reply, no. He said, well, perhaps I'll have to do some agricultural work. And that must have been the worst possible thing for him, what would seem most difficult for him. So how can one consider going back to one's country if one is aware of the fact that they're going to be killed? One simply doesn't go back. And so he went back in this state of mind, in full confidence. I would like to return to one detail, but simply in order to avoid any problems with regard to this statement. When you were in the camps in Thailand, you met a person, a friend of yours, who indicated to you precisely what that person had seen in Chuol Sleng, where he had worked for a period of 4 months. Could you clarify this statement? Did he work in Chuol Sleng as a prisoner, or had that person worked in Chuol Sleng at the time when Chuol Sleng was taken by the Vietnamese? During which period did that person work in Chuol Sleng? Reply. Mr. Otong Heung was one of our friends in Paris. He had returned to Cambodia to take part in the national reconstruction, and he himself became a prisoner in a camp for intellectuals in Terre Rouge, where he told me what he had experienced and how things were run there. And so when the Vietnamese came to Phnom Penh, he was free to do what he wanted. And I think, knowing him well, that he discovered Chuol Sleng, and he figured there must be people I know who were taken and who had fallen in this trap. So he worked, I know not with which organization he worked. He told me he worked for 3 or 4 months. So it wasn't as a prisoner. It was, quote unquote, to do research. And this is when he picked up the names of our friends who had lived in France. And we found quite a few. Counsel, pardon me for returning to this event once more, but when you learned about the death of your husband in Thailand, when you were in that camp and you had to return to France, what did you feel then, in truth, and how did you react in the first moments when you learned that? Well, I was crushed, devastated. I didn't know what Chuol Sleng was. Otong explained that to me. He said this is a center where people were exterminated. And my question was, why? 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 So I was in a rage, sadness, to such a point that if I had had the people before me who had touched a square inch of the skin of Uk or a hair off his head, then I would take them to court. And so I went back to France. And in the plane, I decided I would become a nurse, but that I had to tell my children the truth, which I was unable to do for the first week because my suffering, this unbelievable pain, how I suffered, how I could tell them what their father had suffered amongst all the other Cambodians. And so, since they continuously asked me for news about their father, well, I finally took the children in my arms, and one evening my son told me, he said, "Why aren't you giving me any news about Daddy?" And I said, "Well, your daddy is dead."
telles conditions.
And this is how it happened.
Et il m'a répondu,
And he replied to me,
je me vengerai.
I will take
J'ai très
revenge.
peur de cette réaction.
And that reaction frightened me a great deal.
Je me vengerai, je
He said,
travaillerai
Mama,
toujours très bien
I will
à
seek
l'école.
revenge. I will always do good in
Mais le
school.
reste de l'année, il a très mal travaillé.
But in fact, the rest of the year he
Et
did
avec la petite
very
Neri,
poorly. And with
elle
Niri,
aussi, elle a compris du haut de ses
who
4
also
ans,
understood at 4.5,
il a fallu lutter. Il a fallu lutter.
it was really a struggle, a real struggle.
Nous vivions sans l'affection de Kate. Sans
So
son
we were
soutien,
living deprived of the affection of Ket, his support. He was the head of the
son soutien
family.
financier,
His financial
son soutien
support as
économique,
well. The economic support was gone. His affection was gone.
Ces personnes ont détruit notre famille.
These people
Ils ont détruit
destroyed
d'autres Cambodgiens.
our family as they destroyed other Cambodians.
C'est insupportable.
It's unbearable.
Impa-
Excusez-moi, je crois que c'est moi qui
Excuse
vous ai
me,
interrompu,
I think
madame la
I interrupted you, Mrs. Lefebvre.
À ce moment-là,
Tell me, at
bien
that
préciser les choses, vous êtes
time, to clarify things, you decided to resume your studies and to get a diploma because you had had to abandon your studies in order to follow your husband.
a été extrêmement difficile aussi.
Is it the case that this period was extremely difficult for you from that point of view as well, given the fact that you were the sole support in your family, the only one able to take care of your children? Did you receive any specific assistance from your family? And could you perhaps also tell us if the representations that you had to make for years and years, if all of this had any repercussions on the way in which you led your life and the way in which your children lived?
Oui, bien sûr. Je devenais moi-même
Well, yes,
chef de famille.
of course, I
Il fallait que
became
je
the head of
prenne,
the family, so I had to find the wherewithal to do this, to continue with my studies, to be able to feed my children, to bring them the care and the protection, because parents are the ones who are supposed to raise their children, and we had just been amputated of the father, of his presence, his affection, his support.
Et donc, c'est ma mère
And so my mother took care of the children
quand j'allais faire mes
when I went to class.
Et le temps que j'ai passé
And
à faire les recherches,
the time I spent
c'est du temps que je n'ai pas
doing
consacré
research
aux enfants.
is time that I did not give to my
L'argent que j'ai mis dans
children.
les billets d'avion
The
et les arrêts
money I
pour,
put in
entre le Cambodge et la
airfares,
France,
return trips between Cambodia and France, looking for Ket.
c'est au détriment de ma famille.
All of that was, of course, at the expense of my family.
Est-ce que vous n'avez pas l'impression aussi que c'était pour votre famille que vous le faisiez?
Aren't you under the impression also that it was also for your family that you were doing this?
Bien sûr,
Of course,
il fallait remonter la pente.
it was necessary to climb back up the slope, to reorganize everything, to live
Ce drame
with this tragedy
qui est prégnant jusqu'à maintenant, comme je l'ai
which
expliqué,
which
plus le temps passe,
still has an impact on us today. And as I've explained, the more time passes and the more it's right in front of us,
C'est un crime impardonnable.
It is an unforgivable crime, inexcusable crime.
Vous nous avez parlé de votre souffrance.
You spoke to us of your suffering. Did you have any physical consequences related to the suffering? Well, in 1984, I had 2 stress ulcers, stomach ulcers. I was vomiting blood. Because I had to be everywhere at the same time. I had to study, to support my children. And my daughter cried a great deal, incessantly saying, I want to see Daddy, I want to see Daddy. My son was the same. And so we were unable to grieve. No body, no restitution of body, no tomb, dust in Chunek, just like millions of Cambodians as well. This is a daily suffering. There isn't a day I don't think of it. So, I had these 2 ulcers, but I just had to clench my teeth and make headway, ensure that my children would get an education, that they would follow a course of study and try to make headway in life when you're small, when you're 4.5 and 7. How do you get started in life without your parents, without your father, who died an atrocious death? In incredible cruelty. So that is what I ask, that this be clearly understood and heard, that people enjoyed killing others. One cannot do that with impunity for 9 years. That's not possible. Mrs. Lefebvre, you chose to become a nurse. However, I know that you were unable to continue to practice in a hospital environment. Can you tell us why? Well, in the first years, I have to go back in time. I really put my head down. I was struggling, and I was working in medical resuscitation units, surgery units. Then I worked at the emergencies. And the last 3 years, as I gradually learned piecemeal what had happened to Ket. One day I received 1 bit of information. We found this, recovered this picture in February, and I became unable to practice my job when I saw the blood baxters that had to be given to the patients. I would vomit. It was impossible. I saw people with injuries, and it brought up Ket every time. So I was unable to continue. I couldn't continue. So I chose a unit in light psychiatry, in a light psychiatry ward. It was too horrible. I would see what happened to my husband, struck on the back. What did they do? They draw blood. They struck him about the face. There were people coming in with long hair, poor people, and I was wondering, perhaps he became like this. Everything was possible. He'd gone through it all. And it was a shame for mankind. Mrs. Lefebvre, at present, I apologize for asking this question. At present, are you in a position to forgive? At this moment, no. Forgiveness is a process. So first, there is a need to find the people who did this. Then a judgment has to come in, and depending on the punishment, and then there is reparation. We have not experienced reparation. What was done to Ket is something that we feel in our own body, in our own minds. And at this point, I'm not ready. This is a process, perhaps 30 years from now. Perhaps it will take that long to be able to forgive. The same amount of time that we had to take in order to come to the truth. You always tried to find out, Mrs. Lefebvre, you always tried to understand. Wasn't it the case that at some time you just wanted to give up, you were discouraged? Didn't you give up this quest at some point? Well, the research trying to find Ket is not something linear. I didn't start in 77 and crescendo come to any result at some point in time. There were some very damaging moments when I wanted to just put an end to it and wanted to put an end to myself. But for my children, I wanted to live. I wanted to find the truth. At various points, there was major progress, like when the Tribunal was created. But at other times, I was desperate. I would tell myself, never fine. And I couldn't cry in front of the children. I had to go forward, to be determined, to be tough. They destroyed our life. And that is unforgivable. Inexcusable. Thank you, Mrs. Lefebvre. Personally, I have no additional questions for you. However, I know that you also don't have any questions and you did not wish to ask the accused any questions. So personally, if the President will allow, on the basis of this testimony, I would like to obtain specific information concerning the process which was experienced by this diplomat, these intellectuals who were recalled to the home country. Is it possible, Mr. President, is it possible to question the accused on this specific point in order that Mrs. Lefebvre may at last get an answer concerning the manner in which this occurred?
The President, would the Council wish to put this question by yourself, or would you wish the civil party to put question directly, or you would like to act on her behalf to put such question, or do you think she agrees that you proceed with the question on behalf of her? Please clarify this.
Ms. Trus-Naprus, the question that I'd like to ask on behalf of Mrs. Lefebvre, but I believe that it's necessary that we gather information on the way that this repatriation process took place, in the repatriation of intellectuals and intellectuals. We'd like to know exactly what happened so that we can understand the truth, so that we can understand how these people were brought to Sling. As Mrs. Lefebvre just said, she was not at all, in fact, expecting what was not at all waiting for what was going to happen to them when they arrived in Phnom Penh.
The President, the accused, can you please respond to this question? If you can do so, you can now take the floor. Mr. President, I would like to respond to the question put to me by the Council as following. The Khmer intellectuals who worked in the United Front of Cambodia, actually at the beginning they were placed in the re-education camps and they were put to be monitored. For example, people at K17 and those who surveillance them were the young party members. For example, people who were sent later on to S21 included Sambat Isan, Isok Kunti, and as a routine, when people were sent to S21, they would be tortured so that their confession was obtained. So from 1976 to 1977, I could see more and more intellectuals were being sent from abroad, and that later on they were sent to S21 to be smashed. And this is part of the crimes that have been inflicted on the returning intellectuals. And this is all my submission.
Ms. Naprus, I have no further questions, Mr. President.
The President, the co-prosecutors, would you wish to put questions to the civil party? The co-prosecutor, Mr. President, thank you very much, but I do not have any questions to put to the civil party at this moment. The President, the Chamber would like to give the floor to the Defense Council to put questions to the civil party if you would wish to do so. Mr. Kasawut, thank you, Mr. President. The Defense Council has no questions to put to the civil party either. Thank you. The President. Next, the Chamber would like to give the floor to the accused to make his observation in relation to the statement by the civil party. The accused. Mr. President, first of all, allow me to speak to Madame Lefebvre as follows. I would like to recognize that the biography of your family is the historical fact and truth. Having said that, because this statement and biography will be forever true, because whenever anyone would like to research for the sufferings of the people who have had during the Khmer Rouge regime, they would go to that reference. So this historical fact is different from the flower. Flower can blossom and then can somehow change, but the truth can never change. The sufferings of the Cambodian people and the victims during the regime include that of your loved one, and it cannot be forgettable or forgotten. And that I would like to also state further that, in particular to Madame Lefebvre and to the chamber, that I will not run away from the crimes I have committed. It is inexcusable. The nation of Cambodia can point their finger to me, they can curse me, they can punish me, whatever they would wish to do so. And the court is here, and I am before the court and responsible for all the crimes committed at S21, legally and psychologically, and I do not intend to deny any crimes committed at S21, and I would like to seek forgiveness from Madame Lefebvre and other people who have lost their loved ones during the regime. That's all.
The President, Madam, your statement is now finished. You are now excused. You can go back to your seat. Dear President, next, the Chamber would like to invite the civil party, Uk Niri, to come before the Chamber. The President, is your name Uk Niri?
Miss Uk Niri, I am indeed called Uk Niri.
Question, how old are you?
30 years old. 37, corrects the interpreter. 34, corrects the interpreter, sorry.
Question, where is your current residence and what is your occupation?
I'm living in France, and I work in the field of transport in France.
Question, what is the name of your father?
My father's name was Uk Ket, and he was detained for 6 months at S21.
Question: What is your mother's name?
My mother's name is Martine Lefebvre, and she is French.
Question: The chamber now would like the lawyer for the civil party Group 3 to make a brief background and information regarding this civil party Uk Neri.
Ms. Fabienne Naprous. Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Uk Neri is indeed the daughter of Mrs. Lefebvre, who was just heard, and of Uk Ket, whose story you now know, since Mrs. Lefebvre provided a very full deposition on the way that her husband had been detained at S21 and executed there. And the documents that are in the file demonstrate without question the link that exists between Uk Neri and her father, Uk Net. That is to say, a birth certificate and the different registration documents, her parents' marriage, for example. And we also have in Uk Neri's file documents, extra documents that she provided us, which is included in the list of the documents that were brought to us, that is to say, photographs of her father when he was living with her mother, letters from her father, elements that allowed her to come closer to this man of whom she only has very fleeting memories. So today, what is important about her testimony is that we would be able to understand that someone who has not known her father or barely is to be able to understand, however, what kind of suffering she can endure during many years of her life because of the absence of her father, and not only due to the absence, but also due to the fact that she learned that her father had been tortured and executed under such circumstances. So this testimony, I believe, is completely different from Mrs. Lefebvre's, because here we're speaking about the feelings of someone from another generation and who experienced things differently, but however, who experienced them as intensely.
Dear President, the Chamber would like now to give the opportunity to Ms. Uk Neri to describe the events which leads to being applied for the civil party, and then the intention to seek the reparations physically or psychologically, and the impact upon her life and the sufferings, which are also related to the crimes alleged on the accused during the establishment and the operations of S21 office from the 17th April 1975 until the 6th of January 79. You may now proceed.
Monsieur le Président, avec votre permission,
with your leave, I would like to pay homage to my father through a few lines, through a few verses that I wrote in his honor.
À propos de mon papa,
regarding my father, the first memory that I have is his death. I remember him where we were hiding to surprise him for his birthday for a birthday surprise for friends. I can hear the gift paper and see him amused, saying not to make any noise, and he's holding my hand as I look up to the ceiling. This hand that was able to write so beautifully, so emotionally and so intelligently, and playing the guitar so beautifully as well. A hand that transmitted to my mother, who however is French, all of the know-how of Khmer cuisine. A hand that would shake the hands of foreign diplomats without making any distinction of race, of culture, or of religion, and would never go without the wonderful smile that would enlighten his face. When I see the faces in the temples of Angkor, I remember the only person through whom I saw these smiles, and I admire them even more so. You will always remain a beautiful page in my history, a page that we will try tirelessly to pass on. But in order to know this, it would have been necessary to call upon the best of what's in us.
Monsieur le Président, à la demande
Ms. Trus-Naprous, upon Mrs. Neri's request, could we please view two photographs? It is the photograph of her father with his family. It is ERN 00281298. And right afterwards, could we please view the photograph of her father at S21 00281299. With your leave, Mr. President.
The President. The Chamber grants the Council the opportunity. Can you please restate the EN number of these two photos? That is the EN number of the documents you intend the Chamber to have it shown on the screen.
Ms. Trus-Naprous, well, it is document E28912, ERN 00281298.
The President, the AV officer, can you show these two documents with the EN number 00281298 and next 00281299?
Ms. Trus-Naprous, I think that we should display them one after the other. I thought that they were all part of one single document. So I have 3 photographs on the very same document. Okay, so I think that we should have passed through them.
Voilà. Papa avec son fils. Et la photo. Voilà. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Tosnapoust. Thank you, Mr. President.
The President's, the AV unit, can you return the screen to the normal core view? Ms. Ogneri, you can now proceed with your statement.
Mrs. Ogneri, thank you, Mr. President. So therefore, I am born on the 16th of July, 1975, in Dakar, Senegal, in Africa. Because my father was working there, and we were living with my mother and my brother at the Place de l'Indépendance up until the day when he received a letter from Cambodia requesting that he go work on the reconstruction of his country. So therefore we returned to France. My father returned to Cambodia, and I grew up without a father, with a French mother who always told me that Cambodia had an exceptionally strong identity. And I grew up with sarong dresses in France, and I started learning how to read and write and speak Khmer at the same time as I was learning French. And in order to give me moral support, my French grandmother brought us up while my mother was looking for my father in the camps at Kawi Dong in Thailand, and went back to study and continued bringing us up as well. And as far as I am concerned, growing up without a father was something that had become normal. Communal life is maybe easier in Asian society than it is in the West. So therefore, I grew up until the age of 6 with eating prahok, fermented fish, chak nyeng, sambam ngung chu, and other Cambodian day-to-day words that might be familiar to you, but were not necessarily familiar to me while I was going to school in France. And as far as I'm concerned, not having a father was something normal. I had heard about a prison in which there were detainees, so maybe when my mother came back from Kawidong, I knew that there was a place where people were being tortured in Cambodia, but I didn't quite understand it fully. So therefore, I worked very normally. I went to school. I had a very normal school. I went to school very normally in France until 1991, where we launched a search warrant in Cambodia via television that was heard by someone who knew our family, who knew my father's family.
Nous avons reçu une lettre
And we received a letter that was written in Khmer.
Celle-ci est tombée par terre avec des photos.
This letter fell on the floor with photographs,
cambodgienne nous a vraiment troublés.
and we were very much troubled by the Khmer writing, and we thought that it was my father who had written to us, but that was not the case.
C'était sa mère
It was his mother who was speaking to my father,
Ce qui me permet de vous dire
which
aujourd'hui
allows me to tell you
qu'elle
today
n'était pas au courant
that she was not
que
aware
son fils était rentré dans
that
son pays
her son had returned to his
et
country,
que nous avons été
and that we
ceux qui lui avons annoncé
were those who told
que mon
her
père n'était pas avec nous.
that
mais
my
qu'il était
father
rentré depuis
was
j'avais 2 ans.
not with us, but that he had returned to Cambodia since I was 2 years old.
Curieux alors de venir
So,
à la rencontre de cette
since
partie
we
de
were
ma culture,
curious, I was curious to come into contact with this part of my culture, we organized together with my brother and my mother
le financement de 3 billets d'avion pour partir en 1991
the funding to buy 3 airplane tickets in 1991 to pursue a genealogical trip.
nous ne nous attendions pas
And we were, of course, not expecting
à un choc culturel de cette envergure
such a cultural shock,
duquel j'ai en outre beaucoup appris.
from which, of course, I learned a lot.
Et nous nous attendions
And
encore
we were
moins
expecting even less
à la
so
découverte d'S21.
the discovery of
Car
S21.
voyez-vous, moi j'ai grandi
Because
dans un
you can
pays
see that, as you see, I grew up in a country where we're free in our
comme ça a
choices,
peut-être été le cas
as
au
it
Cambodge.
might have been the case in Cambodia previously.
Et je me suis
And
retrouvée
I
confrontée
ended up confronted
à cet établissement
with this
dont
institution
la fonction première était
whose
de
main
créer de
function
l'intellect, de
was
servir les êtres humains.
to create intelligentsia that would be at the service of mankind.
À l'époque, S21
Back
il
then,
était encore écrit en cambodgien sur
At
le mur
S21,
du Duch.
it was still written on the wall
C'était le musée
that
du
it
Tuxtlan.
was the Tool Sling Museum.
Aujourd'hui, ces écritures n'existent plus.
Today, we cannot see this writing anymore on the wall.
Et il ne me
And
semble
I do not
pas
believe
que la terre était balisée, la route qui menait
that the road
à
was
S21 était
to
encore en terre.
S21. I believe it was a dirt road still.
Un
There
mur
was
de tôle
still
qui contenait
a
S21,
corrugated iron wall around S21, fence,
avec au-dessus
corrects
des
interpreter,
barbelés.
with barbed wire on top.
Et
And
ça représentait une distance d'à peu près 2
this,
mètres entre
there was about 2 meters
la vraie
between
clôture de la cour d'école
the real perimeter of the schoolyard, which later became Tool Sling,
et la sentinelle qu'on y avait
and the guard post that was set up there maybe to
mettre une sentinelle,
to keep detainees,
retarder et
or
empêcher, juguler la
maybe to prevent the detainees from escaping.
Il y avait donc
And
4
there
bâtiments
was
qu'on
therefore
aurait pu décrire,
4
long, large,
buildings
travers.
that you probably know very well. Building A, when you facing the entrance on your left-hand side. Building B, Building C, and D.
Avec mon frère, nous
And
sommes
with
entrés dans
my
les deux
brother,
bâtiments de
we
gauche.
went into the 2 left-hand buildings.
Et pour moi,
And
ça a
for
été
me, it was
le choc de ma vie.
the most tremendous shock in my
Je
life.
dis le choc parce
I
que
can say so
lorsque
because
je suis entrée dans
when
la
I
première pièce
entered into the first room
et que j'ai visité les autres
and
par la
I
suite,
then
je réalise que c'était la
visited
pièce
the other
la
rooms,
plus difficile, la
well,
plus
I
meurtrière,
understood that this was the most
où
deadly
la
room,
vérité était la plus éclatante,
where the truth was the most blatant. There were metal bars with the shackles that were used to shackle the prisoners' feet. There were molds of sculpted molds of Pol Pot's head right next to the shackles. There was a panoramic view of a mass grave on a photograph. I did not yet know then that it was the mass grave at Chong Ek. And on the wall, we could see black and white photographs. And I'd like to say black and white photographs that of a rare violence, because you could you imagine how violent these pictures would have been if they had been colored pictures? And I had
sordide de ce qu'a été S21.
difficulty projecting myself from what
Lorsque je me
S21,
souviens que ces photos m'ont traumatisée.
and then I remember how much I was traumatized by these photographs, but it was very much soothing for me to see them. So
Cadavres sur des brancards,
there were
les pieds amputés,
bodies on stretchers, amputated feet,
pansements sur des plaies,
bandages on wounds that were completely disproportionate vis-à-vis the size of the
boîtes crâniennes enfoncées,
band-aids, broken-in skulls that had been broken in,
aux jambes encore entravées,
and
passées à tabac,
detainees with their legs still shackled, lying in puddles of blood,
qui l'on a jeté
whom,
des feuilles à la figure
with-
dans ces mêmes flaques de sang.
with leaves thrown on their face.
Il n'en est rien. 2 photos plus tard, les
And
mêmes photos.
2 photographs later,
Le détenu n'est pas mort.
the detainee was not
Il
dead.
lève la main,
He raises his hand
sa coude, comme il le peut, avec son visage défoncé.
and he tries to lean up with his beaten-in
Et je
face.
me suis demandé,
And I asked
à qui
myself,
demande-t-il secours?
whom is he asking help from?
Il y a aussi dans cette salle, dans ces salles de classe,
In these classrooms, one finds
une
also
dimension irréelle
that there
que je
is
souhaite partager aujourd'hui avec
a
vous.
surreal dimension which I want to share with you
Car
today.
entre chaque salle de classe,
Because between each classroom,
on a créé à l'emporte-pièce,
there
arraché
was
dans le mur, des portes qui
created
n'existaient pas avant,
by breaking open the walls, doors that did not
qui
exist
fait
before,
basculer le fonctionnement même
and which
de ce qui était à
completely
l'époque une école
upended the operation of what had previously
dans une
been
dimension
a school,
barbare, qui me renvoie
and
à
throws
certaines
it
humanités
into a
aujourd'hui
barbaric
incapables.
dimension, showing the total lack of humanity of which a people are capable,
Et qui inverse le mouvement
and
de
which
base pour lequel
reverses
l'école,
the
les
basic
institutions scolaires sont faites
motion that leads to the creation of schools, to transfer it and to change it into a machinery to crush human beings, to crush brains. The sole purpose of S21 was death,
et surtout une seule intention,
and mainly a sole intent,
prendre l'importance
which was
de ceux qui y sont entrés et n'en sont jamais sortis.
to gather up the importance of those who entered that place and never came out of it. With my brother, we continued with the visit,
En passant
and
cette porte
in the next room, going through that
qui nous fait
door,
basculer dans l'irréalité
which plunged us into an unreal world.
et sur la seconde pièce,
And in the second room,
des photos d'identité
there were
recouvraient tous les
ID
murs.
pictures that covered all of the walls, and we were drawn to these faces which stared at us, one after the
Et
other,
je me demande si l'horreur
drawing them to each one of these faces. And I wondered if the horror was to see these emaciated faces of children, men, women, babies sometimes,
ou si c'est de se dire
or
qu'il y en a d'autres
if it was to think
dont les photographies ne
that
sont
there
même pas
are
présentes.
others whose pictures aren't even there.
J'ai continué à avancer dans cette
So I
deuxième salle
continued to
et j'ai vu une autre
walk
de ces
through this room and saw another one of these doors taking us to a third room with just as many pictures on the walls and just as many people staring back at me.
et j'ai dit à mon frère,
And I told
il faut qu'on recommence tout
my brother,
et qu'on les regarde un par un.
we have to start all
Parce
over
que
again
peut-être que mon père est dedans.
and look at each one of them, because perhaps my father is there. And if he is amongst them, we can't afford to miss him.
Tellement il y avait de photos sur les murs.
So numerous were the pictures on the wall.
Ce que je me rappelle de cette visite,
Well, what
c'est
I
que nous sommes
recall
sortis
from
sous
that
une chaleur
visit
accablante,
is that we came out in
laquelle baigne
oppressive
le
heat,
en quasi-permanence.
which is a permanent condition for S21.
Paradoxalement, à l'horreur qui s'est déroulée et au sang qui a
Paradoxically, to the
coulé,
horror which occurred and the blood which may have flowed there, and the shouts which may have come out of it. I was thinking about all of these victims who waited for help, tried to hold out as long as they could, and nobody came ever to provide assistance. Later, we went through the archives of S21, which was somewhere upstairs in one of the buildings. I don't remember which one. And when the S21 employee opened the lock and the gate, we were shocked to observe that in spite of the alphabetic classification, all of the files were stacked under heaps of dust, which in itself is already an insult to humanity. At least that was my perception of it. So we each took one folder, and what trick of fortune made it possible for us to find precisely the registry of 9 December 77, which indicated the date of death of my father and the date of entry of my father with his name, his first name, date of birth, function, mistakenly written up. I never took at face value the content of that document, as far as I'm concerned. But I always told myself that it wasn't representative and that perhaps I could and that I needed to find something else. The reason why I'm describing S21 to you at such length, it's because that day, that is the day when a drop of poison came to me, and I have never since that day stopped trying to find out what happened. We returned to France. I continued with my schooling. In France, at 16, you do the baccalaureate. And I graduated. I had to pursue my studies, which I did. I was fortunate to do philosophy, literature, and languages, and I met an extraordinary professor of philosophy who was concerned by the genocide of the Jews. And with him I had opportunity to have lengthy discussions about the values in which I had grown up and the shock that I had had to face when I entered S21. I was aware of the fact that our journey and the cultural shock that we had experienced could not continue. So I decided to continue with languages and to arm myself from the point of view of language in order to be able to continue research if possible. In 1993, the conflict, if I may call it in this way, the conflict had become more modern between Cambodia and its past, which nevertheless was ever present. I was preparing a master's in English, and the subject that I had selected was the microfilming by Yale University of the S21 documents. I received great support from the professor I chose, and she told me, but this is a doctorate level subject, but I will certainly give you full support in this research. And very quickly, going on the internet, I was confronted with what was flowing from the Khmer side. The Khmer Rouge claims, Wachamba Khmer Rouge, and I don't know on which forum, going through the research, there were other statements attempting to persuade me not to go any further. Well, actually, it worked.
J'ai abandonné mes études
I gave up my
pour
studies
une autre raison.
for another reason as well,
S'ajouter à cela, c'était que dans l'idée Khmer
which
Rouge,
was that in the Khmer Rouge way of thinking, unless I'm mistaken,
et pas trop réussir,
it wasn't good to have too much culture and too much success at the risk of death. Well, can you imagine that this idea had in fact slowly grown into my mind?
en 1993,
And in 1993, I believe, that was the big return of the Khmer Rouge in Phnom Penh, I saw on television from France Khieu Sampang and Chan Yuan on TF1.
le jour suivant,
The next day,
j'ai reçu
I received
un coup de téléphone à
a
la maison
telephone call at home
pour ma mère de la part de Chen Yuran,
for my mother from Chen Yuran,
qui voulait parler à ma mère,
who
elle n'était
wanted
pas
to
là.
speak to my mother, who happened not to be there. He did not immediately introduce himself. I asked him to repeat his name, his identity,
D'un sourire gêné, il m'a dit
and with an uncomfortable smile, he said, "I'm Chen Yuan. I am..."
il m'a pas dit je suis.
Well,
il
he
m'a
didn't
dit,
say I am.
grande famille de
He
votre
said,
papa. Je lui ai répondu,
a great friend of your father. And I replied, I know, I saw you on television yesterday.
la discussion était close.
And that was the end of our discussion.
Désireuse de revenir dans mon pays, le Cambodge,
And since I wanted to return to my country, Cambodia,
j'ai changé de filière pour prendre le français comme langue
I
étrangère.
changed track, took French as a foreign language because I wanted to return to Cambodia. And I had the recollection,
Imbibé en moi,
which was deeply embedded in me,
quartier de Yi,
of someone in the Yi neighborhood, my Cambodian grandmother, who had
des mots français
preserved
cachés sous les Khmer Rouges.
French
Il avait
words
refait sous sa maison
hidden
sous
under the
les
Khmer
pilotis, il
Rouge.
avait créé une salle de classe.
And in fact, under the stilts of the house, they had created a classroom, and in the classroom gave courses to 8-year-old
Et il
children
leur disait,
and told them
dans un français
in
agrémenté d'un accent cambodgien,
a
Navani va à
Cambodian
l'école.
accented French, Navani va à l'école régulièrement.
Il est venu nous parler
So he
de
came
son
to
frère.
speak to us and to
Et
my
les
brother.
larmes sont montées dans ses yeux.
And tears welled up in his eyes. He apologized with us to be unable to speak more French to us, telling us that under the Khmer Rouge he had been requested to forget his knowledge.
Ce savoir enfoui m'a
This
énormément touchée.
knowledge that had disappeared touched me deeply. It did not leave me indifferent. And I believe that, in fact, he had an impact on my decision to return to Cambodia and to contribute my knowledge as a French national in a country to which I believe I belong.
J'ai continué mes recherches
I
sur
continued
Internet.
with my
J'ai pris contact
internet
avec
research.
Aitchison.
Nevertheless, I made contact with Greg Aitchison.
J'ai connu Steve Hayden.
I came to know Steve
J'ai
Hader.
appris à connaître
I learned to get acquainted with Kiernan and later Peter Leprecht.
Je pense que chacun
And I
aurait été
believe
prêt à m'aider
that each one would have been willing
autant d'éléments.
and ready to help me had they had in hand more information than I had. But I deplore the lack of transparency,
Encore aujourd'hui d'actualité.
which is present even today on the part of the Khmer
Nous
government,
n'avons jamais eu la preuve
since we have never been given the definitive evidence of the passing away or the death of my father. In 2004,
Tipan nous a invités à l'avant-première.
Intipan invited us in the preview of S21, and I had decided by then that I would make headway in my life and that I would try to build something to leave the past behind me, as many Cambodians say, who don't want to talk about this anymore, and I understand them full well.
Nous sommes rendus
So we went
The President, Ms. Ok Neri, since it is time to take an adjournment, The Chamber would like to let you know that you can proceed with your statement after the adjournment because the court and the public may need to take the lunch break. We'll take the adjournment now and resume at 1:30 p.m. Ms. Ogneri is invited to come back to the court this afternoon to proceed with her remaining of the testimony. The security personnel are now instructed to take the accused back to the detention facility and return him by 1:30. The greffier, all rise.
D'ici 13h30, la greffière, mesdames et messieurs, levez-vous.
President, please be seated. The court is now back in session. Next, we would like to proceed with the statement of Ms. Ogneri. The floor is yours.
Veuillez m'excuser, Monsieur le Président, je n'ai pas entendu.
I apologize, Mr. President. I didn't hear what you just said.
The President, since this morning we heard part of your statement already, and then we stopped short when we took the adjournment for lunch break. And now, since we are now resuming the session, then we would like to give the floor to you to proceed with the remaining of your statement. So you can now please take the floor.
Très bien, je vous remercie.
Very well, thank you. Well, as a matter of fact, I had stopped at 2004 when Ritipan invited us for the preview of his film S21, which everyone is familiar with. So S21 was a documentary film, far from being a romance fiction with invented characters, since in fact he had selected persons who had worked in S21 to make them speak, to express what they had experienced and what they had done in that detention and extermination center. But the reason why I mention this today is because I was thoroughly shocked by 3 points. Not of the documentary itself, since it was only showing reality, but events taking place in S21. And I would like to return, in particular, to the blood test, since not knowing what had happened to my father, I had to try to imagine, and unfortunately I imagined the worst. And when I go back to the blood tests, I wonder how two people, because one must be aware of this, two people can hold down a man or a woman who are already weak in order to cut into a vein, to make them believe that it's going to be for a blood test and enjoying it, probably, preventing that person from defending themselves. In other words, even were you to have the ability to defend yourself, to lose all your blood. And I think that this is where the dehumanization and the ignominious character of these events comes to the fore. I also gave a great deal of thought after I saw that film to the young woman who committed suicide because she wanted to escape what she was being subjected to. And obviously, I identified with her because the crime of others and crime in general will necessarily lead one to think of one's own crime. The third point, which appears to me to be intolerable, is the autopsies, which are probably less often mentioned, which took place in S21. And if possible, and I would like to request this with your leave, Mr. President, I would like to be able to read an excerpt of David Chandler's book, which you saw last week, S21, the unpunished crime. The French version, page 50. David Chandler tells us that surgical operations leading to the death were sometimes performed on patients under anesthetics, on prisoners under anesthetics, in order to give medical cadres experience. It's possible that experiments of this type were also performed on prisoners at S21, and it would not be surprising that there are no archives concerning this that have been kept. I leave you to imagine the repulsion which rose in me when I discovered all these horrors, knowing that in S21 the only possible form of anesthesia was with salted water. And so individuals were taken, tied to a post. The front part of the abdomen was opened up in order that because what is very seldom said is that in fact the employees of S21 were young people, so that a young physician could put his hand into the abdomen of someone who was alive in order to cut the appendix out. The victim, who was screaming in pain initially, would stare at the young man, mute, and the young man was pleased with having found this because the method was encouraged. In Phnom Penh, there are people who were amputated after stepping on mines, families that were amputated by losing members of their family, and I personally experienced an invisible disability, a psychological agony, a journey into hell when I discovered all of this. And If today I want to block the self-destructive message that was given to the Khmer people without any limit of time or place, and this is why I insisted on the unreal aspect of this, it is because when my son was 3 years old, when he was close to me, and when my companion was speaking to me, I was thinking only of one thing, was to break away, to extricate myself from reality and jump out of the window for reasons I could not fathom myself. Let me reassure you, I'm much better now. However, I was forced to ask myself searching questions with regard to the relationship of obedience and the submissiveness that were developed in S21, which led to such a process taking place, and on the phenomenon of hierarchical terror and the loneliness of the victims and the subservience both of the victims and of those who committed these offenses. And I wonder how it is that a few individuals regrettably managed to take the lives of some 3 million others with such evil intentions. In February of this year, I returned to Kaing Guek, which I had visited after S21 in 1991. But at the time, it had not hurt me as much as it did in February of this year. Because, as I have said before, the dates of entry and exit, which I had found at the time, were not valid for me. And I went to DC Camp in February, where I managed, thanks to Yung Chong, whom I wish to thank in passing, even though I didn't understand at first his hesitations and reluctance, I managed to recover the picture of my father in S21, which this time represented for me the confirmation that he had been through that venue and that he was no longer alive. After that, we once again, with my mother, went to Kaing Guek. And that location, I want to tell you, is the worst place I've ever been in the world, because it continues to soil my feet because of the injustice that is there. These are communal pits which have been emptied, where grass is growing, where men, women, adolescents, infants were buried. There are bones that are still bound, teeth, bits of cloth, which were used as blindfolds. The trees have grown in a tortured way themselves and speak on behalf of history, with the marks of machetes which can be seen and were more concentrated toward the end of the genocide, when the Khmer Rouge were in a haste to get rid of the enemy within. The butchery occurred during the night, and the pit was different depending on whether it was an adult who had been or had not been decapitated, or the body of an infant. That baby could have been me. I could have been grabbed by the foot and had my skull crushed against a tree that was used to destroy all of the children. And sometimes I get the feeling that I'm the only survivor amongst all of them. And in the back, there's a pond where I don't even dare imagine how many persons perished. What happened in Kaing Guek is only one example of what had been happening throughout the country, and that is unforgivable. In the bone dust of Kaing Guek, where the grass grew, feeding on the bones of children, the silent soil opened up, and so all this blood flowing. Men are born free, equal in dignity and in their rights. Any individual has the right to life, liberty, and personal safety. No one shall be subjected to torture or to punishment or inhuman or degrading treatment. And I no longer know what I was taught in school. Chen Hek, in fact, has eroded my self-confidence. I must conclude by saying that I spent my entire life trying to come closer to the truth. The truth which the accused thinks that he owns and which I was deprived of. And what was read in 1991 is something that I never stopped looking for. Because I wanted to know what my history was. I wanted to know what the truth was. And this quest is a quest I undertook on my own. And it is only thanks to my efforts that I have reached there. And I've managed to make the connection with the accused, who was nothing but the nerve center of a crime industry which took place in S21. I must specify that from the outset, witnesses are asked whether or not they know the accused, and I wish to specify that the accused is the one who does not know me, but I have learned to know him because for several months I have been observing you. And I know enough at this point to tell the accused that I have no interest in him, and that whether or not I come into possession of the confessions of my father, I give them back to him, and I hope that he will sync with that. As a Cambodian, his obsequiousness is unable to hide in my eyes the cynical brute, the cynical and bloodthirsty brute that I know. As a French person, I see the accused takes on responsibility without ever soiling his hands by evoking his agreement in principle, as he says. But he omits to correct that at the time his objective was not work, but was dirty work, which was scientifically fueled by others. And as far as I'm concerned, I find that he represents the shame of the human race. There weren't 17,000 victims attributable to the accused, but 17,000 reasons to inflict a maximum penalty for this. If it were only possible also for the accused to stop thinking that he is the thinking head of Cambodia instead of all the people who have a right to think, then I believe that that would be a wonderful outcome. Thank you, Mr. President.
The President, judges of the bench, would you wish to put any questions to this civil party? I have not seen any indication that our judges would like to put question to the civil party. I would like now to give the floor to the civil party lawyers group 3 to put questions to the civil party.
Fabien Trous-Naprous. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Neri, for having provided us with this account and for sharing your feelings with us, and your feelings which are so important to us because you did not know your father. And in reality, if I may summarize what you just told us, or the idea that you wanted to tell us, is that up until the age of 16, you lived perfectly normally, because just for you there was just a father who was absent, who was not there. But there was not the idea for you of how your father might have disappeared. And then you told us that as of the age of 16, when you went to S21, you underwent an enormous shock. And then everything's changed. And you also told us that all of this aggravated your suffering, and your suffering got worse over time, and as you were conducting your research or as you were meeting people. I'm not betraying what you said. That's indeed what you were trying to tell us. Is that so? So, may I take the liberty of asking you if, for you, this suffering developed over the years, if it worsened over the years, or if, on the contrary, for you, there might be moments of less suffering and moments when you are less involved in this suffering. Thank you for asking this question. As you know, indeed, human beings are not linear. And thank God I did not only stick to this one single line. And I was able, indeed, to take hold of myself, thanks as well to the help of a psychotherapist who helped me to put into words everything that I had seen. But I also needed to understand why I, who always grew up protected from this conflict, this conflict that no longer involves me, in fact, if it in fact ever involved me, why I, who grew up in France, when I would see a fan, I would see helicopters and relive the American bombing, whereas I had never been to Cambodia. That's just an example I'm saying here. And of course, there were moments, as I said, when I changed directions and I decided to rebuild myself, because that's life. And however, you shouldn't believe that S21 stops at the gates of S21 and the prison is just walls that just preserve what happened. The walls are shouting. The limits, the bounds of S21 do not stop what happened at S21, and Cambodia is not on its own. The whole world is looking at Cambodia. Even if I am from another generation and this other generation maybe might have been instrumentalized by what happened. I would like to read out to you a quote from Ritipan, the filmmaker, who prefaced Van Nat's book in Van Nat's book about his experiences at Tulslang, where he says, the older you become, the more the history of the genocide comes back to you in an insidious way, a bit like a poison that has been distilled into your body bit by bit. The only way to relive things is to testify. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for having listened to me. Ms. Trusnaprous, Niri, could you please tell me who followed you? Who was the psychotherapist who followed you, and over which period of time? How long were you in therapy? Ms. Ukniri, well, this psychotherapist is called Mr. Duperron. He's working in Paris. He worked for the National Research Board, CNRS, in France, and he specialized in people who have had family members who were detained, no matter whether they were victims or oppressors. And I started undergoing therapy in 2004, several times per month at the beginning, and then more episodically, which allowed me to, I believe, to begin mourning since February and to be here present today, because when I say that I understand the need to put into words that people are experiencing here in Cambodia, I am also aware that this represents a lot of work upstream and for many years. Ms. Trus-Naprous, you indicated that at certain occasions you suffered so much that you, in fact, almost wanted to commit suicide, and you did not accept this because you were a mother yourself, however. So can you describe this state you were in and how it came up in you? Ms. Neri, a very simple example. There's a name, it's called tribunalization. You only see people's lips moving, but you're completely elsewhere. You have no explanation to provide to the generation after you. So in the front of this heritage that was taken from me, and instead of a father in February, I got an empty cell. And even though I know what happened, but it's a fact that I have arrived too late. Well, before the inconsistency of the explanations that I could give to the generation after me, it is true that even though people might have been trying to convince me otherwise, that was the only idea I had in mind. Ms. Trus-Naprous, Ms. Neri, you wrote a lot. I believe that the Chamber has understood that Neri often put into words her pain, and in her writings, let me please recall two sentences. She mentioned the images of S21 that keep on coming back. I had opened the door that was impossible for me to close, and the demons of S21 were coming up in every minute of my existence, whereas I had spent the most part of my life in France. So, do you confirm that this is still what you think? And what can you tell us about what you wrote here? Ms. Neri, yes, indeed, I confirm this, and you cannot rid yourself of what was what happened at S21 as you would wipe clean a blackboard in a fraction of a second. This keeps on coming back, indeed. Even when you try to forget, it keeps on coming back. Ms. Trus-Naprous, I have a last question, or rather I'd like you to confirm here again what I'm going to tell you. You spoke, therefore, about your suffering. You spoke about your pain, and about your pain in relation to the disappearance of your father. But don't you believe that it is only the disappearance of your father which is the root of your suffering? Or is it especially the fact that the disappearance of your father is the result of his detainment, the result of the fact that he was tortured, and the result of the fact that he was executed? Is that what you wanted to tell us in everything that you said to us today? That is the real root of your suffering? Ms. Neri, yes, of course, because the reality is, unfortunately, of such a level of atrocity, boundless atrocity. But nonetheless, what I wanted to say to the Cambodian people who might not be able to deal with this subject is that the only way to face the future is to dissect what happened, and by providing an explanation to this, and when we're able to break down into pieces everything that happened, and that we try to reconstitute the puzzle as it must be done. It may improve things, of course. We cannot remain in solitude and in subservience forever. Ms. Troosnaproos, thank you very much. Neri, I have no further questions, Mr. President.
President, the co-prosecutors, do you have any questions to be put to this civil party? Co-prosecutor, thank you, Mr. President. The prosecution does not have any questions for this civil party. Thank you. The President. And the Defense Counsel, do you have questions to be put to this civil party? Thank you, Mr. President. The Defense Counsel do not have any questions for this civil party. The President. The Chamber now grants the opportunity to the accused to make his observation regarding the statement of this civil party, Uk Neri. You may proceed. The accused, Mr. President. I would like to seek your leave to speak directly to Ms. Uk Neri as follows. First, I would like to bow my mind and my body to acknowledge the testimony of this Uk Neri as an orphan who lost her father at age 21. This testimony is valuable. It is a historical document for the next generation not to forget the tragedy and not to allow the mankind into such crime. In the future, we could hear the testimonies of other orphans who lost their fathers, and I am ready to receive those testimonies. Secondly, the crimes committed at age 21 on the Cambodian people and the nation itself, I have spoken extensively on this. However, my personal crimes on the people who are alive, on the orphans, I do not deny any of these crimes. I am responsible both by legal ways and in an emotional way. And I am responsible for all those civil parties or those who do not present themselves here as civil parties. I am all responsible, and this is my observation, Mr. President. The President, Mr. Uk Neri, the Chamber does not have any further questions for you. You are now excused, so you can sit at the chairs reserved for the civil parties. The President, the graphier, according to the trial scheduling, after the testimony of the civil party Uk Neri, we would hear the testimony of another civil party, that is Hamil Robert, Is the person present in the chamber? The graphier, Mr. President, the civil party Robert Hamill is present in the chamber and ready to be called by the chamber. The President, Mr. Hamill Robert, please come and take the seat before the chamber.
Être entendu devant la chambre.
The President. Good afternoon, Mr. Robert Hamill. Is your name correct, Robert Hamill?
Yes, that is correct.
Question. How old are you this year?
Mr. President, I am 45 years old.
Question. Where is your place of birth?
Mr. President, my place of birth is Whakatane, New Zealand.
Question. What is your nationality?
Mr. President, I am a New Zealander.
Question. Where is your current address and what is your occupation?
Mr. President, my address is 1020 Limeworks Loop Road, Te Pahu, Hamilton, New Zealand. My occupation is event manager.
Question. What is your occupation again?
Mr. President, my occupation is event manager.
Question. What was the name of your blood father?
Mr. President, my father's name is Miles Owen Hamill.
Question. What is your mother's name?
Mr. President, my mother's name is Esther Hamill.
President, Mr. Robert Hamill, how many siblings do you have?
Mr. President, I have 4 siblings.
Questions. Can you describe the names of your siblings to the chamber?
Mr. President, my eldest brother is Kerry George Hamill. My second eldest brother is John Dwyer Hamill. My third brother is Peter Robert Hamill. My sister is Sue Mary Hamill.
The President, the Council for Civil Party Group 1, the Chamber now would like to give you the opportunity to make a brief description of the identification of your client and the reasons for being a civil party and other relevant evidence. If you have, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you probably have understood, Mr. President, my client is the brother of Kerry Hamill, who was detained and killed at Tulle Sleng. When my client filed his civil party application at the time, he included the confession of his brother, which is E2/87.7. And last week, we did file Civil Party Group 1 an attestation from Tulle Sleng to attest that indeed this document, this confession, is to be found at Tulle Sleng. Now, as we stated in the motion we filed last week, what was missing was the proof that my client is indeed the brother of Mr. Kerry Hamill, and my client came with two documents that I have here with me, and my clients had the original if needed. The first document is the New Zealand birth certificate of Mr. Kerry Hamill, attesting that his mother is Esther Hamill and then his father is Miles Owen Hamill. And the second document is the copy of particulars of marriage of my client. And this document dated July 2001 attests of the fact that his mother is Esther Hamill and his father is Miles Owen Hamill. With your leave, Mr. President, I'm proposing to give these two documents to your greffier for them to place it in the case file, and of course, alternatively, we can file a motion requesting that. We are in your hands.
Suite à la décision que vous prendrez, je m'en remets à vous.
The President, you are granted the opportunity to submit these documents.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I think that we have answered your three questions, if I'm not mistaken. And let me just maybe tell you how we thought we would proceed. My client would like to read a text. I'm not completely sure how long it will take, but it's quite a substantial text. And then my client, we will request Your Honor's leave for my client to ask, or through you, Mr. President, or directly, as you wish, a few questions. That's how we wanted to proceed. And I will have probably very few, maybe one or two questions to my client. That's how we were proposing to proceed.
C'est de cette manière que nous pensions procéder.
Should I take that? We can proceed then.
The President, are you going to read a statement by yourself, or is the civil party reading the statement by himself?
Sorry, Mr. President, I was probably not clear at all. We are proposing that my client read the statement himself. So I'm just asking your leave for that to start. That's it.
permettre à notre client de lire la déclaration qu'il a préparée.
The President, Mr. Robert Hamill, you can now proceed with the reading of the statements, and you can tell us the reasons for your decisions to become a civil party to this case and the impacts upon you and your life due to the criminal acts alleged on the accused during the time of the Democratic Cambodia, from the date of the establishment and operations of S-21 as well as S-24. That is the 17th April 1975 through the 6th of January 1979. And the facts are directly related to your relative. You may now proceed.
Mr. President, I thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa, greetings to all. I am deeply honoured and moved to be here today, given the opportunity to speak. I realise that this is a privilege made available to a few, especially compared to the numbers of families that suffered under the Khmer Rouge regime. I arrived in Cambodia last week. Last Thursday, 13th of August, was coincidentally 31 years to the day that my brother, Kerry Hamill, first set foot on Cambodian soil. The difference now is that I am here of my own volition. This is the story of an innocent man brought to his knees and killed in the prime of his life, and the impact his death had on just one family. It is my hope that other families, likewise affected by the losses of this barbaric time, can somehow relate to my statement and recognise that they are not alone in their grief. This court process, the trial and the sentencing hearing finally gives Kerry and all the other people that died at the hand of Duch and others the opportunity for justice, acknowledgement and vindication. Your Honours, I strongly believe that my personal suffering cannot be understood unless the Chamber is properly informed of the background of my family. Kerry was a part of our family, which was torn apart due to the accused actions. A previously close-knit, outgoing and active family, which was, in effect, destroyed, along with Kerry at S21. With your leave, Mr. President, I would like to briefly describe my family life before this tragedy.
The President of the Chamber allows you. Please proceed.
My brother Kerry was the oldest son of 5 children to Esther and Miles Hamill. Kerry grew up in Whakatane, New Zealand, along with us, his siblings, John, Peter, Sue, and myself. We were a very outdoors-focused family. We spent our days outside, really enjoying nature. Kerry was very special to my mother and father. We all were, but having children is pretty extraordinary, life-changing stuff, and we knew, as the firstborn, Kerry really was very special to my parents. My second eldest sibling, John Hamill, was born 15 months after Kerry. In their youth, the two were virtually inseparable. Together they sought out many adventures. Mr. President, I ask the court's leave to please if we could put up a photograph of one such adventure of my 2 brothers, Kerry and John. This is particularly important for what happened later to my second brother.
The President, the court officer, can you protect the photo on the slide?
La photo à l'aide du rétroprojecteur.
The President. Mr. Robert Hamill, please try to notice the red light on the microphone. You can only speak and your voice can only transfer and come through the system only after the light is lit, so that your voice can go through the transcript for the proper record of the hearing. You may now proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you can see from this photo, this was a classic scenario with my brothers creating fun out of a stormy day, converting our family dinghy into a sailing vessel. On the right-hand side of the picture is my brother Kerry, which was to be his first helming or skippering opportunity in life. To the very left-hand side of the photo is my brother John. In the middle is a family friend. Thank you. After going to university, Kerry went to Australia to work in Sydney and develop his sailing skills further. His goal was sailing around the world. When Cyclone Tracy devastated Darwin in 1974, Kerry went up there to work and earn enough money to buy his own yacht. While in Darwin, Kerry befriended a Canadian, Stuart Glass. The two eventually decided to each buy a 50% share in a yacht, a 28-foot double-ended sloop named Foxy Lady. I would ask the President leave to put a photo of that boat up for the court to see. They spent a fair bit of time and money repairing that boat and getting it ready to sail off onto their adventures. While in Darwin, Kerry met met his girlfriend Gail Colley. Gail is to the left of that picture, and seated in the photo of the yacht is my brother Kerry. Gail is an important part of this story, and I will return very briefly, with Your Honour's leave, at a later time to talk about her. Kerry and Stuart then sailed to Darwin and began a series of wonderful adventures, sailing up through Southeast Asia. To earn money, they would do day charter trips out to nearby islands for fishing, snorkelling and sightseeing. Kerry wrote home regularly, telling terrific tales of his adventures. At home here in New Zealand, we would excitedly sit around the kitchen table while my father read out each letter, accompanied by our exclamations of awe and amusement and excitement at the many different sights and colourful cultures he was experiencing. Occasionally, a parcel of clothing would turn up, to the extreme delight of my sister and myself. In one letter, Kerry detailed how he met two Englishmen, Neil and Bob, who got on board as paying passengers from Phuket to Penang. I met both Neil and Bob earlier this year, and they described to me their wonderful adventures with Kerry and Gail. They said Kerry and Gail were clearly very much in love. They believed the two would invariably get married, settle down, and have children of their own. The last letter we got from Kerry was sent from Singapore. Sorry. From all these things, Your Honours, I'm sure you can see that at 26 years of age, Kerry was having the time of his life. He and Gail were planning a life and future together. And we were all enjoying their adventures and the stories they were sending back to us in their letters. The last letter we got from Kerry was sent from Singapore in July 1978. Fortunately, Gail left the boat at around this time to visit her family. She and Kerry planned to meet up a couple of months later. We believe the men made for Bangkok, but were blown off course in bad weather and took shelter behind Koh Tang Island. Mr. President, my lawyer has appraised me of the situation regarding the content of S21 confessions. However, with your permission, I would like to recall 6 sentences contained in the confession of John Dewhurst. From our family's perspective, it is what we read 30 years ago, and it affected us greatly at that time, whether it be fact or fiction. It is what we believed to have happened to them and affected us accordingly. Mr. President, I recognise your discretion in this area and am completely in your hands in this matter.
And
The President, yes, the Chamber allows you the opportunity. You may proceed.
Mr. President, thank you very much. John Dewhurst described in his confession how the boat was attacked while moored outside Koh Tang Island. He said, "Shortly after dark, I went below to make some porridge, and suddenly a boat began to close in on us very quickly. I was about to go on deck when the boat opened fire and sent shots over the mast, so I stayed where I was and turned on our navigation light. The gunboat came in closer and lit us up with its spotlight. Stuart was shot, and Kerry helped him out to sea in a lifebuoy. Kerry and I went over the side for safety and waited until the gunboat came in to pick us up. He told me later that Stuart had died and had been buried at sea." Thank you, Mr. President. Even if we do not know the precise details of the capture of Kerry, we do know he was brought to S21. There is a part of the system of degradation and torture put in place by the accused. He unquestionably suffered beyond all imagination. Yet despite this environment, the pressure to surrender to the pain and futility and despair, Kerry's confessions were lucid. He was clever with what he said. It is evident from both Kerry's and John Dewhurst's confessions that they were obtained under torture. The men wove the patently untrue statement that they were CIA training into real facts about their life. Again, Mr. President, I am aware that the content of the confessions is not to be discussed before the Chamber. At this point, with your leave, I only wish to ask about certain names in the confession which lead my family and myself to believe it is entirely fictional. I do not seek to rely upon or place any credence upon the supposed factual content of the confession. In his confession, Kerry... Sorry.
The President, the Chamber grants you the opportunity. Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. In his confession, Kerry stated that Colonel Sanders of Kentucky Fried Chicken fame, a popular fast food chain of restaurants, was one of his superior officers. He retained his sense of humour incredibly. He used our home telephone number as his CIA operative number and mentioned several family friends as supposed members of the CIA. For instance, Colonel Perham was our father's gliding instructor. Captain Dodds is an old friend of Kerry's who still lives in Whakatane. He also mentions a Captain Pepper, which may well have been a reference to the Beatles album. And he talks about a major ruse. A ruse, in English, is a fraud or a confidence trick. Perhaps the most poignant comment in my brother's confession was the mention of the public speaking instructor, a Mr. S. Tar. The instructor's family name was spelt Tar, T-A-R-R. Only the initial of the instructor's first name was given as S. S. Tar is in fact the name of my adoring mother, Esther Hamill. That's my mother's name. He was sending a message to our mother, a message of love and hope. And it was as if, whatever the final outcome, he would have the last say. And he has. After his capture, John Dewhurst had signed a confession, and I presume at that time was executed. Exactly 2 months after his capture, my brother, Kerry Hamill, signed a confession, and I presume at that time he too was executed. I say presume because we still do not know exactly when or how either of the men were killed. Mr. President, Kerry's final letter arrived at our home in July 1978. The silence after the arrival of that letter was deafening. Your Honours, I need to explain the impact of this period, the impact which this period of crushing uncertainty had upon our family. As you will be well aware, Your Honours, in any family, in every family, everyone is interconnected. When a mother, a father, a sister or a brother suffers, all others suffer. A family shares in happiness and warmth. A family shares in depression and misery. A family's suffering is my suffering. My family's disintegration is my disintegration. My family's pain is my pain. As already described, Kerry used to write home about once every month. Some weeks passed without any communication from Kerry. The weeks turned to months, still with no contact from Kerry. As time went by, we became more and more concerned about something was wrong. Excuse me, I just need to get a little...
And Your Honour, may I just say, because I noted the time, and I'm fortunate enough to know the text my client is going to read. If you want to work now, that will be a convenient time in his narrative, if you wish.
The President, it is now appropriate for the chambers to have a break. And we also see that the civil party is emotional at this stage. The chamber will now take 20 minutes break so that the civil party can collect himself And then we continue to hear his testimony at 3 p.m. All rise, says the graphier.